e4m D2C 3.0. Now today, like I mentioned earlier, we've got a very, very power-packed lineup of speakers. So I request you and urge you to gear up for an action-packed day. And the theme that we are exploring in this edition of the e4m D2C Revolution Summit is Innovate, Engage, and Succeed. Now today's summit will cover all of the D2C topics that actually matter and will provide important insights that are the catalysts for the growth of D2C brands, especially in a market which is as complex, multicultural and multilingual as India. We aim to unpack all noteworthy topics ranging from technology, digital marketing, winning D2C strategy, brand building, and much more. So we're all here to decode the trade secrets that no one else in the industry is talking about. The e4m D2C Revolution Summit 3.0 is going to be a window to the future of D2C. So before we roll, ladies and gentlemen, let me once again take a moment to acknowledge our partners. This event is presented by Amazon Ads, drive reach that matters. Amazon Ads has billions of shopping, streaming and browsing signals to help connect your brand with the right customers at the right time in brand-safe placements. The event is powered by ABP News, Aapko Rakhe Aage. Innovation partner Swiggy, delivering happiness at your doorstep. Associate partner Footprint, Footprint connecting brands, influencers, content and campaigns. And Digitup, power to evolve. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, let us now look back at the journey of e4m D2C Revolution Summit and Awards. I have a very special audio visual for all of you. Let's take a look at that short video.
Welcome to Exchange for Media's third edition of D2C Revolution.
Thank you, Exchange for Media, for identifying and honoring HRX as one of the leading D2C brands of this era. We are truly thankful to the jury at E4M and Ankit for seeing the potential and the power that we have unraveled in the world of fitness in our country.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that has been the wonderful journey so far of E4M D2C Revolution Summit and Awards. Thank you so much for giving this overview a good watch. Now, let us look at these crisp presentations I have by our partners that have joined hands with India's biggest D2C conference and awards. Let's take a look.
On ads, it's never been easier to engage customers while they're doing what they love. Our solutions help you build meaningful connections with customers wherever they spend time. Plan your ads with our billions of unique browsing, shopping, and streaming signals to understand your audience better and discover new ones. Our creative solutions help businesses of all types and sizes bring their story to life. From building ad creative using our simple tools to developing custom brand experiences. Amazon is seamlessly integrated in customers' everyday lives. From our brand-safe channels to thousands of apps and websites around the world. No matter the size or budget of your media plan, you can reach customers in key moments as they browse, stream, or shop with our omni-channel solutions. Measure your campaign success to better understand your investments and optimize them in real time. And leverage our insights-driven technology and programmatic solutions to help manage and grow your business. Amazon Ads. Ads that work as hard as you do.
सीधा सवाल जरूरी है ताकि आपसे जुड़े मुद्दे ना गोलमोल हों, ना जवाबदेही मुंह छिपाए। इसीलिए मैं पूछता रहता हूं सीधा सवाल, हर पक्ष की जानकारी और तथ्यों की पूरी तैयारी के साथ, ताकि मुद्दों की भीड़ में आप और आपका सीधा सवाल रहे आगे।
देखिए सीधा सवाल रोज शाम 7 बजे सिर्फ एबीपी न्यूज पर।
we thank our partners, and with no more ado, I now invite Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder Exchange for Media, for the opening address. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Naval Ahuja.
Thank you, Aishwarya, and a very warm welcome to all of you. Regret the delayed start. I'm sure, like the D2C startup funding ecosystem, the wait will be, worth it. We have a power-packed agenda through the day. I'd like to, acknowledge and thank the presence of a few people in the room who are going to start our sessions. Mr. Kanan Sitaram from Fireside Ventures, Viraj Behel, founder of Viva. Thank you for being here. Thank you to all our supporters for this year's the third edition of D2C Revolution Summit and Awards: Amazon Ads, ABP News, Swiggy, Footprint, Digitup, HT Media. As we've all experienced, last 3 years have been years of disruption and monumental change in the Indian D2C startup ecosystem. As per, there's a lot of data points floating around. The Indian startup D2C ecosystem is expected to touch almost $60 billion in another 3 years' time. Naturally, given what's happened globally and in the Indian economy in the last few years, there has been what we've sort of termed as funding winter in the last few years. I was looking at some data points. The amount of investments in the D2C ecosystem has fallen from $8 billion in 2022 down to $4 billion. That's a huge drop, but hopefully this year things are picking up again in a slightly different fashion. 2023 was also a monumental year in some ways, where legacy brick and mortar old school companies woke up to the real power of D2C brands, creating disruption in the market. And we had so many instances of large companies like Marico acquiring startup brands, and I think that trend will continue to accelerate as we go along. Next few years, obviously, last year was also a lot of the investments in the D2C space have always been technology focused, but as we will talk about with Mr. Kanan Sitaram from Fireside Ventures, the consumer brand space is also now really ready to explode. We've seen companies like Mamaearth go public and deliver fantastic returns to investors, fantastic value to consumers, more importantly. So apart from key sectors that have been driving D2C investment growth over the last few years, the likes of consumer technology, fintech, softwares, and SaaS, a lot of investments will now start funneling into consumer brands. Now health and beauty, as we all know, yesterday I was with the founder of a health and beauty company, Plum, Shankar Prasad, and we were talking about whether there are too many brands in the beauty wellness space or too few. I think the answer is not clear, but one thing is for sure: over the next 5 years we'll see a mushrooming of even more brands. And I think that trend is being driven by naturally increased penetration of internet, easy availability of data, and higher internet speeds, logistics improving in many of the tier 1 cities in India, consumer preferences evolving very fast, and things like customization, personalization for customers for their products has become more important. Penetration of e-commerce products, and like we will see today, how Amazon is helping a lot of D2C brands to reach customers directly, is also fueling this significant growth. Last but not the least, Exchange for Media has been about the marketing ecosystem, the advertising ecosystem, and there is this perennial debate about what should be the focus of D2C startup brands. Should it be building brands? Should it be performance marketing? I had a very interesting chat with one of the CMOs recently who spoke about how all brand building activity needs to deliver performance, deliver ROI. Even investments like IPL, which are significant money outlay, need to be driven by keeping the ROI sort of factor in mind. And we've seen over the last few years how in the initial phase of D2C investments, a lot of money was spent on online performance marketing. That money is now being re-looked at from a different lens, given that money supply is now significantly reduced in the last 3-4 years. Opportunities available for entrepreneurs to, invest in their business are now, coming with a lot of caveats. What we also see in the marketing ecosystem is more questions being asked in terms of how that spend is being done. And I think in many ways this is good news for the marketing advertising business, because if you look at your spends with a more granular lens, the likelihood of getting better returns from those spends go up, and hence the sustainability of those advertising spends over the longer period is much better. We've seen many ad tech companies do fantastic work in the Indian ecosystem, helping startups scale, and I think that's another trend that will sort of continue to gather pace. So thank you again for being here. Thank you for joining us for this third edition of D2C Summit and Awards. In the evening, to contextualize what's happening in the D2C marketing space, we have the D2C Marketing Awards, which has roughly 50 categories that kind of span all sectors in D2C, and also look at interesting initiatives that are happening in the marketing space. I'm sure most of us know about the 4Ps Philip Kotler coined many years back. He's 93 years old and he's still going strong. This year he wrote his latest book called Transformative Marketing, which talks about how every marketing team member needs to be well versed with new technology like AI, VR, AR, and so on and so forth. So what we do through those marketing awards is try and cover as many Ps as possible. Those 4Ps now obviously have morphed into 8, 10 Ps: premiumization, personalization, permission. So many things have got added to those 4Ps, but the fundamentals of marketing continue to remain how they were coined 60 years back, and through the awards we try and capture some of the interesting work being done by all of these companies in the marketing space. So thank you again for joining us. Look forward to interacting with many of you, and I hope you have a fruitful, wonderful, and insightful day of learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Ahuja, for establishing the context for the E4M D2C Revolution Summit and Awards, and thank you for that compelling perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our first session of the day, and it is a headline fireside chat. Now, in today's competitive landscape, the rapidly evolving world of online retail, focusing on the latest trends, innovations, and strategies driving success in the digital marketplace, from emerging technologies to shifting consumer behaviors, this discussion is going to dive into how businesses can thrive in the fast-paced landscape of digital commerce. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I'm going to just request our team here to set the stage for this fireside, the headline fireside chat, very quickly. And this is going to be a very important conversation, ladies and gentlemen, that will set the tone also for today. So I think the stage is almost set now. And I'm going to request you, ladies and gentlemen, to get your hands together and help me welcome to the stage. Thank you so much for the applause. Mr. V.S. Kannan Sitaram, co-founder and partner, Fireside Ventures. Let's welcome him to the stage. Very warm welcome to you, sir. And he's going to be in conversation with Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder, Exchange for Media. I invite you, sir. Mr. Kannan and Mr. Ahuja, the stage is all yours. Mr.
Thank
Ahuja.
you, Mr. Kannan. For those of you who might not be well versed with what Fireside Ventures has been up to in the last few years, let me just do a quick recap. Some of their investee companies include Mama Earth, through which I read some reports which say you earned a 4,000x ROI. There is another famous company waiting to be listed, and I'm sure many of us will look to make money through that, which is Boat. Other companies, some of them include Yoga Bar, Bombay Shaving Company, The Sleep Company, Wadham, Slurp Farm, and these are, as you can imagine, some of the buzziest brands which have been built in the last decade, some of them in less than a decade. And some of the recent investments include Orica lab-grown jewelry, Moxie hair care, Frubon Dairy, Amaha Mental Health, Pilgrim Beauty brand, Happy Planet, and I can go on with the list. Mr. Khan, I will start with a slightly off-topic question. he spent many years at HUL, and we were just talking about, how HUL is kind of a school for CEOs. Sudhir Sitapati, one of his prodigies, wrote a book a few years back about HUL being the CEO factory. What is about that company that gives rise to leaders like yours who go on to do big things like these?
So that's a very deep question, Nawal. And as you said, lots of things have been written about it, and it is true that levers have produced many leaders who have created a lot of value in India and outside. One of the things about levers is the way it picks talent. And talent recruitment is seen to be something very, very important. Senior managers of levers go out and find talent. Whether it's business schools or lateral entries, it's something that all of us have spent time identifying talent, getting them in. After that, the amount of effort which goes into grooming the talent and identifying fairly early people with the potential to scale to larger roles is also a lot of time, effort, money goes into that. It's taken again very, very seriously. The third thing I would say is that it's a very challenging culture. You might have done very well, but on 31st December, everything gets reset, and you're challenged again to rise back and to come up with new levels of performance, new ways of not just doing what you did last year better, but new ways of doing things. So there is always this constant challenge of having to reinvent how you create value. And I think all of this together is what creates outstanding leadership.
Fantastic. And, it's like being in levers is playing a T20 match every day. You're as good as the score you made, yesterday. Levers has been over the decades known as a company that, created disruption in the market. And now, you have so many of these brands that you've looked at in the last decade or so, which are truly disrupting the market space in, many, many sectors. Given where we are, in 2024, and from your vantage point, what are the disruptive things that you see, say, in the consumer brand space that are happening, which will shape the sort of D2C space in the next, say, 24 to 36 months?
So in fact, we started Fireside way back in 2017. So it's about 7 years into our journey. And we came in with the belief that the Indian consumer is changing, the Indian environment is changing, and all of this is going to be a lot of room for disruption. We felt that India was getting to be more affluent, and the last 7 years have shown that that is indeed so. We believe that over the next few years, again, that affluence is only going to increase. And as people grow more affluent, they're going to ask for things which are better suited for what they want. And that means that there is going to be room for more brands. We believe that the big companies see this, but they do not feel the need to respond at this stage because these changes are happening in a way which do not significantly impact their financials in a short time period. The other piece is the whole digital commerce which has shaped up over the last few years. We saw that happening in 2017. We never imagined how big it was going to be the way it has worked out today. And we believe that process has just started. We think the way digital commerce is morphing, the advent of not just Flipkart and Amazon, but all the vertical e-commerce guys, the way quick commerce has emerged, all of this is giving room to a lot of opportunity. And the big advantage of that for startups is that you don't have to face the disadvantage of playing in the same playing field as the big companies. So you can actually work with many of these changes in the digital commerce landscape and shape it to your advantage. So we think all of these are fundamental factors, whether it's the demographics or the way the digital economy is shaping up. And that's where I think we are very excited about how we see the world of startups coming, and therefore we think there is a tremendous future, at least from a Fireside perspective, of creating or participating in the creation of many, many more wonderful new brands in this country.
Yeah, let me take you up on quick commerce, since that's the kind of flavor of the season. You know, Swiggy IPO is imminent. Zepto is likely to go for an IPO sometime soon. Amazon, Flipkart have already kind of entered the space. There's Zomato also there. So that space seems to be exploding. Zepto has also recently launched their F&B sort of, quick commerce play. So that's an interesting space, especially in like a country like India that's like mushrooming, exploding. From a sort of investor standpoint, how do you see that impacting the kind of sectors that you deal in? What are the opportunities and also challenges and threats that it poses to D2C brands? There are many sort of D2C companies in this room who would be looking at, using quick commerce as their, go-to approach in the next 2 years. What do you think is, how do you think is this space going to shape up for D2C brands?
So the whole journey of quick commerce is perhaps, 2 years old, 3 years old. So, and in that very brief period of time, our understanding, their understanding of what is quick commerce has been changing. I know I've been interacting with some of the quick commerce guys, and go back a couple of years, they were talking about convenience. They were talking about delivery in 10 minutes. They were talking about, can I get food products across? Can I get stuff which is really, as they call it, a bit of a crisis at home kind of categories. So that helped, because things like a lot of food brands, which were not doing terribly well with an Amazon or a Flipkart, suddenly found there was a platform on which they could flourish. So like we have invested in a snacking company called Sweet Karam Coffee. They're doing very well on quick commerce. And Slurp Farm, for example, again, doing very well on that. Yoga Bar is doing very well on that. So that was a very natural kind of thing for them. And therefore, we are looking at also, therefore, more food businesses to invest in, because now we see digital commerce evolving for categories like that. But the thinking of the quick commerce area has just changed so much, because now it's become not just about convenience, it's become a shopping platform. And people are now going to a Blinkit or a Swiggy Instamart or a Zepto, not just because they want to buy something in the next 10 minutes, but it's just a place for them to go and search for things to buy. So like, Albinder at Blinkit was telling me that they launched Gazers on Blinkit, of all things, right? So
Wait
now,
till we get luxury cars on Blinkit.
yeah, soon you should be getting that too. So, there is the whole world of digital commerce is being reshaped, and it just started with quick commerce, but it's all about now, where do you want to shop? And I think that's a fundamental change.
Yeah, I mean, Indians are known as, spoiled customers world over. When you have friends visiting from outside India, they're shocked at, how the quick commerce space is, shaping up, exploding at such a fast pace, and also the things that you can, the variety of stuff that you can, get within 10 minutes. Let me, talk to you about Fireside's, main focus, which is consumer brands, and, I briefly mentioned about health and wellness brands. Mamaearth is a company that you invested in very early on, and that company has gone on to build, for lack of better words, iconic brands within such a short period of time. What are companies like, Mamaearth, what have they done right that has led them to, where they are? And what are the lessons that you would have for, entrepreneurs in the consumer space who might be sitting in the room from so many others, for every Mamaearth that there might be, 20, which you saw, did not invest, or you invested, they did not do as expected. So what are the lessons you would have for entrepreneurs?
So you're right about, for every Mamaearth, there are 20 which don't make it. And I have personally learned a huge amount by watching how Varun and Ghazal have shaped that company. If you were to look at their journey, and the journey started towards the end of 2016 when they launched their first set of products. So it's not a very long journey. It's now a market cap of about $2 billion, which has been created in a very, very short period of time. So the first thing, it can be done if you get it right. So what did they get right? I think first there is a whole journey. And they made the journey very, very meticulously, starting with saying, okay, we got an insight, which is that the products that are available in India that mums want to use on babies, a lot of mums out there feel they are not fit to be used on babies. So can we create products which are safe to use? So they launched a slew of products. There was a great reception to those products. But then they realized that a lot of mums were saying, hey, can I get products which are safe to use for me? Right? So very, very strong listening to what consumers were saying, not just about the use case that Mama was presenting, but other use cases as well. And they realized that was a much bigger opportunity. So very soon, within I think about a year and a half, 2 years of launch, they started coming out with a range of products for adults, right? So the first journey is to think about what is your product market fit, and they got that right. The second part of the journey was to say, okay, if this is a product market fit, what kind of categories do I therefore have a right to play in, have a right to win? And they started picking those categories. The third part of the journey was saying, look, all the products that I can make can be imitated, right? There are quick followers. So if I've launched an Upton face wash, it doesn't take a long time for somebody else to launch an Upton face wash, or an onion hair oil and so on. So the moat is not in the product. The moat is in the brand, and how do I create a brand? So they invested very, very strongly in brand building, in creating affinity between the consumer and the brand, and therefore looking at how people just don't buy the product once, but buy the brand again and again and again. Very early in the game, they started looking at what their brand stands for with consumers, comparing their brand with very well-known brands in the country. Brands like Dove, brands like Himalaya. So they were really pitching their ambitions very high, saying, look, what does Mamaearth stand for? What does Dove stand for? What does Himalaya stand for? What is XYZ brand that I want to be compared with? And how am I stacking up? And what can it do to reduce the gap between me and those brands? So very, very strong focus on brand love and customer retention. And so that's one whole part of the journey. The other part of it was very strongly focused on financials, right? Because the game is not about burning a lot of money. At least we at Fireside believe that if you're building a good brand, you should be able to be profitable in a fairly short period of time. And Mamaearth proves that it's possible to do that, and they did it. So they didn't use a lot of cash to create the brand that they did actually, because they were focusing on all the good things. They were focusing on getting the margin profile right. They were focusing on acquiring customers efficiently. They were focusing on retaining customers. They were focusing on what more can I sell to customers that I already have, right? And all of that meant that you're building this virtuous cycle, right? Which makes, good commercial sense. So I would call out some of that as some of the things that they did. I would also say one more thing, that they fairly early on said we need to build a good team, right? And they started doing that. I can remember, I think they made their first sort of senior hire towards the end of 2018, early 2019, right? Maybe therefore a year and a half after we invested. And I can remember Varun coming and telling me that that is such a good decision that I took. I'm surprised that, I should have done it much earlier, because the kind of bandwidth that it unlocked in my time was just phenomenal. And I recruited a guy who could do that job that he's doing much better than I could do it, right? So all of these were value unlocks, which helped the company scale up. So, I mean, I can go on, but
Fantastic points. Talent, look at talent closely, keep an eye on, financial metrics, very important, because, first 5 years of funding were just blow money. There were investors sitting with checks, and all you had to do was, how much can you burn every month, acquire customers, but, retention, creating a brand sometimes gets confused with, customer acquisition. Both are not the same thing. And let me take you up on the sort of next part, which is about how do you build these brands? How do you ask your investee companies to look at the marketing funnel? That is very important. In the advertising business, there has been a debate in the last few years about all of this PE venture capital money having come in and asking D2C companies to invest increasing amounts of money in quick customer acquisition while not paying enough attention to the long-term sustainability of a brand. And that's kind of also partially the reason why in the last 3-4 years you've suddenly seen so many companies have fallen off the cliff. They did not have a sustainable brand. When you overdo performance marketing, you're not creating a USP. There is no reason for customers to choose you over the other. So how do you look at your investee companies looking at building a brand over time? At what point do you start scaling up marketing efforts?
So the initial part of the journey is about performance marketing, because many of the companies are looking at targeting people who are already searching for a solution, right? And that makes a lot of sense. But sometime along the journey, you're going to find that performance marketing is giving you declining rewards. You're going to find the slope declining, and you've got to assume that it's going to decline, right? And you've got to assume that the cost of acquiring a customer who is already searching for a solution is only going to keep increasing. And if therefore you're ready and you're sensing that ahead of the curve, that's when you start marketing efforts. That's where you start building demand for what you're offering. That's where you start creating, it may be category creation in some manner, or it may be about creating a demand for a different kind of solution to what's available in the market. But you've got to be ahead of the curve. And therefore, we are very, very sensitive to looking at things like ROASs and LTVs to think about, look, are we hitting that inflection point? And as we sense the inflection point, the conversation with the companies is about saying, what are we doing at the top of the funnel? Are we therefore looking at broadening the top of the funnel? And there is a role then for performance marketing. That doesn't go away. But you've got to start balancing out different parts of the funnel. And you've got to then say, how do I get people into the funnel as much as how do I convert people who are already into the funnel into customers?
Another point, I think it's becoming increasingly important for D2C companies across sector is also from being a digital-first companies, many are now foraying increasingly into the omni-channel space. Create physical customer touch points. And this is a different kettle of fish altogether, right? You're competing with large established brands who already have distribution networks built over generations, who have customers who go and look for those products. What are the key areas that D2C brands that need to focus on when you're going from a digital first approach, say, to an omni-channel approach?
So there are different forms of offline or retail, and in each category that can vary. Let me therefore stay with the whole BPC area for just simplicity. When Mamaearth went offline, they were actually a fairly well-known brand, and it was towards sometime in 2020 that they actually started going offline. So we're talking about 3 odd years after they had been in the market. The brand got well known. Retailers were being asked whether they're stocking the brand, right? So that's when they went offline. But it's not that they went straight and went into 100,000 outlets straight away. They were fairly selective about where they went. They looked at where their D2C footprint was. And when you look at the localities where you find a lot of your D2C business coming from, that's where you start thinking about going offline. So the second question is, when you go offline, do you have the right SKUs for that market? Which of all the products that you sell should you go offline with? How do you enable discovery in a retail outlet? These are all important questions to answer. So let's start with the product category first. I mean, retailers have well-defined categories. So you go to an aisle and you say it's marked coffee or it's marked shampoo. So you know you're going to find shampoo out there. If you got a shampoo in your repertoire, okay, you can go into the shampoo shelf and you're found out there. Now, if you got a business built around serums, what do? Because most retailers don't have a category called serums, right? Now, how do you then enable a customer to walk in and buy serums, right? You need to find a solution for that. A lot of D2C businesses are built on very large pack sizes. You know, a 500 ml bottle of shampoo selling for maybe a few hundred rupees. That has got very limited offtake in a retail outlet. You need to find the right SKUs for that. So all these are challenges which are different about going offline, that you need to find the right products, the right SKUs, and enable discovery. There is another peculiar challenge, because D2C brands have grown up with having this big sale days, you know, crazy discounts, big billion offers on Flipkart, and all of that. Now, retailers are also smart. They're looking at all these events happening, and when you got a big event happening, they are the guys sitting out there and buying case loads of your product, okay? And then they're discounting what your distributor is selling out there. So how do you handle channel conflict? That starts becoming another issue to tackle. So, you know, there are several things that you got to think about when you go from being digital first to being omni-channel. And, but the fact is, there is no such thing as a pure digital shopper. Consumers are going to shop where they want to shop. And sooner or later, you've got to track where the consumer is going and be available out there, or you're going to forego demand.
Absolutely. Don't care where my product comes from, as long as I get it. Last question. I know you have a flight to catch. You know, you look at this entire consumer brand space very closely. Outside the portfolio of your investee companies, which are the brands that you admire that have been built over the last 5-6 years? If you have some tips for entrepreneurs here in the room in terms of, you know, what are the kind of brands they should look to emulate? Obviously, listening to consumers is very important. Like we started the conversation about, you know, HUL, they still have a role. A young sales manager, travel the length and breadth of the country, you know, even if your brand, mass brand, you know, like a Rin, you would, or Lifebuoy, for example, you would spend months, sometimes years in, you know, Bihar and Eastern UP, traveling, listening to customers, listening to your distributors if you're going, you know, physical retail. So what would be some, you know, brands that you look outside of your industry companies from whom a lot of learnings can be brought to the table?
So I'm not going to name any names, but I can tell you something. We are very conscious that we don't want to miss a good deal. So we internally took on a challenge of trying to put out a list of what we thought were the top D2C oriented deals which were there over the last few years. And we then said, what percentage did we invest in? What percentage did we see? And what percentage did we therefore not invest in, etc. I'm happy to say that the percentage that we saw was a very healthy number. The percentage that we invested in was a very healthy number. And there were several that we couldn't invest in because there was a serious conflict with the brands that we had already in the portfolio. But the thing is that what we look for is the business that we are looking at. Is there a strong consumer insight, right? Is there a strong problem that is being solved? Is that something which is going to be at scale? Is the solution that is being thought about something which is very differentiated from what is there in the market? Is it digital friendly? And lastly, around the founders, are they looking to build a great business? We're not checking out, are they looking to build great valuation? Because we think that if you're building a great business, you're going to get great valuations. And lastly, do they want a partnership or do they want money? right? I think we offer a partnership. We are willing to roll up our sleeves, work with companies. We get into really figuring out how to develop an ecosystem which supports a company. And if that's a kind of relationship which founders are interested in, we would be very, very happy to invest.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm sure when the next piece of news comes out about your next investment, we'll have the answer to that question. We could go on with this conversation whole day, but you know there is I see time's also up. Thank you so much. I hope you found it insightful. Thank you, Mr. Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rahuja and Mr. Kannan. And may I request Ms. Rupali Fernandez, CRO ABP Network, to please help us thank Mr. Kannan. Please stay back with us. Let's thank Mr. Kannan with a big round of applause and a very small token of our appreciation. Can we please have that memento being presented to Ms. Rupali Fernandez, the CRO of ABP Network, to do the honors and thank Mr. Kannan with a token of our gratitude. Let's hear it once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahuja, for moderating that chat. And ladies and gentlemen, that was our headline fireside chat. Now, I'd like to once again inform all of you that we've got a hashtag going for today's event, and the hashtag is e4m D2C 3.0. You can also see it to your stage right on stage, ladies and gentlemen. May I request and urge you once again to keep tweeting using the hashtag e4m D2C 3.0. Now, next we have a very exciting session coming up, which offers very valuable insights to brands for new product launches to drive business growth. A product's success depends on a number of factors, and the most important being a strong launch strategy. And today, Amazon Ads unveils an exclusive thought paper, New Product Launch Strategies to Drive Business Growth. The latest paper will aid brands to reimagine multiple frameworks to launch new products along with key marketing strategies that they can deploy. But for a deep dive into successful product launches, may I please request you to help me welcome on stage Mr. Kapil Sharma, Director Growth Business, Amazon Ads. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you. Can I see the slides? Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here. And I'm really excited to unveil our latest white paper on new product development, strategies to drive business growth. Now, for past many years, we have been working with thousands of brands. Most of these brands have one thing in common, and that is the focus and the emphasis that they put on new product launches. Now, this is common across the brands, be it a digital-first brand, D2C brand, or a well-established brand. Our learnings... Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. What we have done is we have distilled our learning through interaction with the brands, and as well as the data that we have and insights that we have generated over the years into a framework that can help marketeers and brand owners to decide how to go about a successful new product launch. But before we move further, it is imperative for us to understand why new product launches are so critical for the businesses. If we look at the data, we understand that new product launches contribute to 50% of the annual revenue of most of the brands across all the industries. So it is not restricted to a specific type, but it is helping driving business growth across. While brands are using different reasons for launching new product, for example, some of them might be approaching towards filling a white space gap that they have left open for their competitors to be tapping in, or they might be coming up with launch of a new product to expand their customer base, or to strategically drive obsolescence of their product so that they can continue to engage with the customers for a longer duration. I'm sure that the people who are in this room can come up with 10 other reasons why a brand should be going for new product launches. And that's where we thought we should probably work on a framework that can help marketeers decide what is the right strategy to be chosen for launching a new product, what is the approach that you should be adopting so that you can reach out to relevant customers and audiences who might be willing to purchase your product, and also how can you go about measuring success of your launch in the longer run. So the white paper contains more details about it, But let me give a quick brief about some of the details of the framework. So we looked at two broad dimensions based on our interaction with the brands. The first one being whether they want to operate in the core category which they already have a business, or they want to go and expand into a new category altogether. So that is dimension number one. Dimension two is about what is their long-term business objective. Do they want to continue to focus and retain and defend their market share, or the objective here is to expand the market share so that they can continue to develop a long-term sustainable business. Based on these two dimensions, we came up with 4 different strategies that are effective for new product launches. The first one being refresh. When we talk about refresh, it's a strategy that brands adopt to bring in new features in an existing product, or they might be working towards launching an extension of, or they might be working towards reinvigorating the complete product altogether. This becomes very important in certain categories where we know that consumer behaviors are dynamically changing, or there's a set frequency with which consumers are expecting the product to be refreshed. For example, let's say softlines is a category where there are predefined seasons for apparel refresh, or a mobile phone which pre-decides when they want to go up and come up with a new product in the market to continue to engage with their existing customer base. While refresh is a strategy which we very frequently see and can notice across many of the brands, marketeers here have to be very careful in crafting their communication strategy so that they are more gradual in their approach and they continue to engage with the consumers that they already have. Another key strategy specifically the brands adopt when they are looking at defending their market share is extend. Now when we are talking about extend as a product launch strategy, we are talking about brands introducing a new variant of an existing product, or they are looking at introducing a product which is an extension of their current product lines, but it is affiliated to their core business. Now in this case again, marketeers have to be very carefully crafting the communication strategy so that they don't dilute the brand identity. They sustain the brand identity and make sure that the consumers are engaging with the products in the longer run. Some of the examples of extend as a strategy would be, let's say, a smartphone company who is trying to enter into a smart wearable by introducing a smart ring kind of a thing. Now let's look at the other key strategy, which is growing the market share. Here it becomes more interesting because the brand's objective are to focus on not only continuing to engage with the customer base that they already have, but also work towards expanding the customer base by going beyond what their core business is. Specifically strategy like innovate. Now when we are talking about innovate, we are talking about strategies where brands are using either let's say a breakthrough innovation to introduce a new product that can be engaged, that can be used by the customers, or they are working on a disruptive innovation wherein they are bringing the features down and bringing the cost down in the same product so that it can be consumed by much more wider audience as compared to what they have been targeting in past. Here again, brand has to very carefully craft a messaging strategy so that if it is a breakthrough innovation, then they have to work towards sustaining their market leadership position and capitalize on the first mover advantage. But when we are talking about let's say disruptive innovation, here the strategy has to be tweaked slightly so that you can reach out to as many customers as possible and communicate how the latest launch will help meet their needs and requirement and help them get the products which they have been aspiring for. The last strategy as part of the framework is expand. And expand is again a strategy which has to be very carefully used by the brand, because here we are talking about entering a completely new product line which they have not been present in past. But they have a good brand equity and that would help them in expanding their customer base. In expand, some of the examples can be, let's say, a beauty or skincare brand who is trying to enter into apparel, which is not a related category, but it can be but they can leverage their brand effectively to reach out to audiences who are willing to purchase product, let's say in apparel. Now, we will talk about when to use each of these strategies, and let's look at it quickly. So when we are talking about refresh, most of the brands plan for refresh and they use new product launches. They want to make sure that they are continuously updating their product lines so that they continue to engage with the customers. But it is imperative that they need to understand what is the right way to approach refresh. And this is where many a times the brands who have a very well established supply chain can go even and have a predefined set periods of refresh of the categories or refresh of the product lines that they are offering. For example, let's say a soft lines as a company, apparel as a company might be introducing their products based on the seasonal preferences of the customers. Similarly, when we are looking at expand as a phase, many of the brands who are challenged with a declining or a stagnant category might be looking at expand as a strategy because they know that they will not be able to beat the expected growth rate by operating in the same category. Expand as a category is also used by many of the brands who are a market leader in their current category, and they understand that if they have to build a holistic portfolio of products through which they are engaging with wider audiences, they need to step into new product lines, and that's where expand as a strategy can be helpful. But we have to be mindful of the fact that expand as a category is more for a strategic long-term bet. You can't, unless and until you have very clearly crafted your approach towards expanding into a new category, there is no point in approaching this because it might be detrimental to your business in the longer run. When we are talking about some of these strategies, we discussed about how, what is the framework. We talked about when a brand should be entering into each of these strategies. Let's look at what is the right frequency at which some of the brands should be using these strategies to launch their new products. When we talk about refresh, we talk about certain examples like mobile phones or apparels. And here, the maximum frequency that we have seen brands using is quarterly. That means they plan for refresh of their product lines every 6 months. When we talk about innovate, here again, because it is driven because of either a breakthrough innovation or disruptive innovation, many of the times brands are working towards a frequency of something like an annual that helps them in consistently maintaining the bar that they have set for themselves as a brand in front of the customers. And here, this is where it becomes important that you don't want to bring in the products too early, even before customers are ready to adapt or adopt that product. When it comes to expand, as we discussed, it's a long-term strategic bet, and the brand owner or the marketeer has to closely craft their communication strategy, their business line, so that they can bring in product. But the frequency of expand will be typically every 2 to 3 years or more than that, depending on whether they are ready to expand into a new category or not. While we talked about 3 dimensions, which is the framework, for whom the framework is relevant, and as well as the frequency, and there is more detail in the white paper, you can go through it. Let me quickly cover and talk about how to go about launching these products. And this is where, when we look at launch of a product, we understand that there are 3 phases which are critical for the brand to launch a product. One is pre-launch, during the launch, and as well as post-launch towards the end. When we are talking about pre-launch as a phase, we are talking about how can brands set the right narrative in front of the customers so that they might be willing to consider the product that they have. It is imperative for the brand owners to communicate how the product which is being launched will meet the customer needs and requirements, and how will they get benefited by using the product over the longer period of time. Typically, we have seen the pre-launch phase to be somewhere in between the day of the launch to 1 month prior. Pre-launch phase is also critical because you need to adopt different marketing strategies so that you can reach out to audiences which are potential buyer in future. The next phase of the launch is the launch phase, which is the day of the launch. The typically launch phase will be lasting somewhere between the day of the launch to, let's say, 2 to 3 weeks down the line. And this is where you have to have right strategies in place so that you can reach out to the audiences whom you reached out in the pre-phase and engage with them so that they start considering your product. The intent during the launch phase is to induce as much as trial as possible, because that will help your business to start gaining traction. It is also important for you to use different marketing strategies during the launch phase, be it creating awareness about the product, driving consideration, eventually sales also. So you need to use full funnel marketing when it comes to launch phase. After the launch phase, post-launch phase becomes very critical, and this is the time when you think towards, this is the time the strategies or the action that you will take as a brand owner will determine whether the product is going to go into obsolescence or the product is going to be here for a long time. And here, many a times we have seen that the brands are switching their strategies from full funnel advertising to a combination of driving awareness and performance advertising, because it enables them to sustain long-term business. Now, pre-launch phase is also critical, because what one has to do as a brand owner is collect the feedback that you got during the launch phase, use it to your advantage, and feed it back into the product development. Many a times, a brand might be getting feedback in terms of that the customers are receiving broken product, and that's where you might want to fix certain things. For example, whether the packaging is right, whether the experience that the customer is receiving after getting the product is right or not, and that becomes very important during the post-launch phase. So let's talk about briefly about what are the solutions that Amazon Ads has to offer to help you go through each of these product launch strategies, and as well as help you go through each of these launch phases. We have ad solutions during the pre-launch phases that can enable you to communicate to the advertisers, or that can enable you to communicate, to the audiences who might be relevant to your brand and the product. And you can use strategies such as, for example, immersive content that educates them about the features of the product and how it will help their needs to be met by the product. You can use solutions such as brand store. You can use solutions such as custom landing pages that effectively communicates the features of the product. And you can also use devices that will help you reach out to audiences much more before the launch date and gain enough traction in terms of audiences who become interested and start considering your product during the launch. And the launch, we are talking about multiple solutions that we have. For example, we have solutions such as Amazon DSP that allows you to reach out to audiences not only on Amazon but also off Amazon. You can have various creative types that helps you communicate the proposition of your product effectively to the audiences. You can use Alexa ads. You can use on-package advertising that enables you to target audiences who in a specific geographic area, and also reach out to them who might be relevant in the product like yours. You have Amazon Live. You have solutions such as sponsor brand that helps you establish your brand effectively in front of the audiences who might be considering your product. After the launch phase, we have ad solutions such as sponsored display, which in conjunction with the various strategies that we have talked about. For example, we talked about Amazon DSP as a strategy that can help you create awareness among the audiences. It helps you getting enough reach up for your product. Next, you can use sponsored display and its retargeting capabilities to engage with the audiences who might have considered your product during the launch phase or pre-launch phase, but they did not buy your product. So you can use Amazon sponsored display. You can use sponsor product, which is again a performance-driven product that enables you to reach out to audiences who have very high intent to purchase product like yours. Or you can use display ads that again in conjunction with various strategies will help you both reach out to audiences who have either considered your product or who might not be aware of your product. On this note, I would like to thank you. And while we just talked briefly about the white paper and some of the strategies, there are more details in the white paper, and I highly recommend you to go through the white paper And in case you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sharma. I request you to stay
Yeah.
back with us on stage because we have now a special moment. Amazon is going to unveil an exclusive thought paper, the new product launch strategies to drive business growth. And may I request Mr. Nitin Agarwal, CEO Global Bees, to also join us for the launch, and Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder Exchange for Media. Let's welcome them, everybody.
Thanks, Nitin. Hi. Yeah, pleasure meeting you. Sorry.
So this exclusive thought paper is now going to be launched. Gentlemen, please do the honors. Absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, get your hands together as we unveil the thought paper on new product launch strategies to drive business growth. With that, thank you very much, Mr. Ahuja, for doing the honors, and time for a photo opportunity. Photographers are happy with their photos. I'm going to request Mr. Ahuja, there's something else that you need to launch, the book, I guess. So I'm going to request you to come back on stage, please. Thank you very much once again. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have a fireside chat now. Thank you, Mr. Ahuja, once again. The fireside chat is really between Mr. Nitin Agarwal, CEO of Global Bees, and Mr. Kapil Sharma, Director Growth Business of Amazon Ads. And they're going to be discussing new product launch strategies for growth brands. So let's very quickly make the arrangements for and reset the days. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, should you be interested in being seated, we'll just take 2 minutes and bring you back on stage. Thank you very much. So let us get that days in order. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be, again, an unmissable conversation between Mr. Nitin Agarwal, CEO of Global Bees, and Mr. Kapil Sharma, who's the Director of Growth Business of Amazon Ads. And they're going to be talking about new product launch strategies for growth brands. Can we have the dais in place, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set for that fireside chat with Mr. Nitin Agarwal, CEO of Global Bees, and Mr. Kapil Sharma, Director Growth Business of Amazon Ads. Let's welcome them to the stage once again. They're going to be talking about the new product launch strategies for growth brands now. Over to you, Mr. Sharma.
First of all, I would like to introduce our esteemed guest. Nitin is the founder and the CEO of Global Bees. Now, Global Bees is one of the fastest growing and the largest brand aggregator or house of brands, as we call, in the country. It was founded in 2021. Global Bees today has a portfolio of close to 70 brands, and I'm sure that many of the people in the room might be using these brands. These brands are like EcoVax, Cuvings, Plantex, and Kuber Industries. Some of these brands have literally become a household name. With over 25 years of experience across sectors, Nitin brings along with him a very rich and diverse experience of growing brands not only from 1 to 10x, but 10x to 100x and beyond. And he brings in a wealth of knowledge about new product launches, and it's an honor to have him over here, and we'll learn a lot about some of his experience in launching new products. Welcome, Nitin.
Thank you, Kapil.
So, Nitin, before I jump into our conversation, what are your initial thoughts about the white paper? If you can share that, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I got the white paper just before the event, and I think it's really, really interesting. It talks about one of the top three ethos that we as an organization has been following. I talked about in couple of weeks back in another Amazon event. As a company, as an organization, we launched 1,000 new products every month.
Wow.
So I don't think we thought it about in a structure format, but subconsciously, I think the new product is such a important part of any organization for its longevity. The way we see the new product is, see every product, and this is an analogy I'm copying from somewhere, I don't know where, but every new product, if you see, it's like a melting ice, right? So it will reach the peak and the product will start losing its efficacy. So the journey of a brand in terms of long term, especially in digital era today, is how are you making new ice cubes faster than you're melting ice cubes?
Okay.
And that's the real analogy. I think I couldn't explain it better. That analogy like kept me always thinking about it, and I think it's a very, very good framework on how people should think about this.
That's an amazing, and I think this melting ice phenomena is going to be staying with me for a long time for sure. So, Nitin, we understand that last many years D2C brands have become the phenomena, and many of them have been focusing on developing new products. But in your point of view, what is the right way to go about launching new products, and does it change with based on the size of the D2C brand, whether it changes when you are an early entrant or you become an established brand?
From our portfolio perspective, our portfolio have brands which are 500 crores and it has brands which is 50 crores. I don't think we distinguish it from that fashion. We always look at a customer backwards, and I think there was a session before this which was about quick commerce. So if you look at consumer is always looking at what's new, right? And that's the whole fundamental on which the entire D2C ecosystem is stood upon. And if you create one product and do not refresh it fast enough, you're losing your core why you existed in the first place. Yeah. So I think you need to follow that core. And if you look at fashion, for example, there was seasonal fashion, and there was fast fashion in Zara, and then there's a ultra fast fashion in Shein. Similarly with delivery, Amazon, I remember 20 years back, 2-day delivery like was a dream, and then it came as 1-day delivery and the 4-hour delivery, and now quick commerce is 30 minutes delivery. I think the customer is becoming increasingly, they want something new. They want individualism in terms of the products they want to consume. It's no more I want that one too. I need something different.
Okay.
And if you have billion consumers, you need billion different opinion. And if you start thinking from a customer backwards perspective and are really able to segment your customer in those micro segmentation and bring the product, I think you will have a regular stream of products that you will tire of launching, but that's really the marathon to build an organization of our brand. So I would say establish that as a continuum, then a project, and an organization which can do that as successfully as a continuum will really succeed. We've seen this in mobile phones, right? Earlier you had one flagship phone 2 years. It came down to one flagship phone a year. It came down to one flagship phone every quarter.
Yeah.
So it has to be continuum. I mean, we have products. One of the interesting, one of the innovations that we brought in was in a hair removal category in a brand called Urban Gabru. Men did not have a hair removal category, and we brought out a spray in that category, and which actually became a category defining product itself, which is the innovation phase in the paper. And really, if you look at the journey, we've brought variations of that in terms of the product, and really customers started knowing about it. But before, I can tell you that first product took us 18 months to really get that product right. But we have the next 3 years version already ready in our production.
Nice.
So, I think sometimes you have to plan that way. Not every time you can plan in that fashion,
Yeah.
but I think you have to look at from your product category and be on your toes to be able to continuously refresh. And I think those refresh rates are just becoming faster and faster.
That's interesting. But are there any specific product launch strategies that are more conducive for, let's say, the new emerging D2C brands? You gave an example of Urban Gabru, which actually you're saying, went ahead with innovation first. But is that the right approach in the long run, or are there
I think
different
innovation
approaches?
is the foundation of why you build a brand. So you are always starting at an innovation
Okay,
stage,
yeah.
right? I mean, technically, if you come in today and go and pitch to any investor or yourself, you will say, I am doing something different, right? Nobody is going to give you to launch another Surf Excel
Right.
money. So innovation is like the mother, right? So you start with innovation. That's how you formed your company in the first place, and then go through that refresh cycle. So from our perspective, I think that continuous innovation is very, very important.
Yeah.
And then once you've hit on that successful innovation, taking it through the next 3 or 4 stages is extremely, extremely important. Yes.
That's interesting. So when you look at these innovative products being launched or refresh, are there specific metrics that a brand should be focusing on to evaluate the success of the launch?
Oh yes, I think no more, at least we believe, and I won't say this is the right way and wrong way, but at least we believe no more is the era of saying, let me launch this product, I will do brand marketing for 6 months, then I will earn money after 6 months, and so on and so forth. I think products life cycles are becoming so short that your new product launch has to instantly make your matrix right, whether it is your conversion matrix, whether it's your customers' reviews and feedback matrix, how well customers are adopting your products, how well you're doing your funnel. All that is very, very important. And I think you have to get it right in the first month or 45 days of launch. If it doesn't work, you have to quickly change and get that right. But you cannot spend a elongated amount of time saying, okay, let me build a customer base, then a repeat customer will come, and then I will make money. I think we are past that era, really. I mean, that's a principle we follow, at least.
So fail fast is the approach which you're
Fail
suggesting
fast,
in that
learn
case.
fast, and your matrix have to be aligned to your business economics as well, right from day go, actually.
So in your experience of working with so many brands, what would be a typical contribution of new product launches to their overall portfolio?
Well, you talked about in the paper as new product launches, 50% in 3 years. I would say we should shorten that life a little bit.
Okay.
We would typically look at a new product launch journey of 6 months.
Okay.
So a product launch in past 6 months would lead anywhere between 10 to 15% of the revenue. So the way product life cycle works is, you would launch a product, you would test it in about 30 odd days or 45 days maximum, you know that the product is working or not. And you would typically probably go out of stock for that product because you wouldn't have ordered large quantities. It's a new experiment for you. It would replan after 45 days.
Yeah.
You will take the next step, some improvisation. That would be another cycle. And then from 6 months to 1 year is when you reach the peak of the product. And then you go back to that cycle. So that's literally the cycle you follow.
That's interesting. Are there any pitfall, because many of the audiences today might be a brand owner, are there any pitfalls that one should be very careful of when they are approaching new product development or launches?
Lot of them actually. Number one, you have to find your right balance. There's nothing called ideal. You have to find your balance. You can't have too many and you can't have too less.
Yeah.
And there isn't a right number. It depends on your category. It depends on the organization. It depends on your capability to handle. We've made that mistakes. We've launched more products than we could handle in marketing. right? We've launched more products that we could handle in our supply chain, right? So you have to have that right balance in terms of new product launches. That's very, very important. Um, you have to have the right strategy with respect to marketing that product right from day zero. I think that initial phase of 15, 20 days of marketing is as important as product research and product launch. Because if you fail with the right marketing, you may blame it on the product and you will lose a perfectly good opportunity, and you'll probably incur losses on that product just because you could not get that marketing thing right. So it's so important that all aspects, whether it is supply chain, customer is not thinking, oh, this is a new product, so it will come in 5 days. Customer doesn't care, right?
Yeah.
So your supply chain has to be perfect,
Yeah.
whether it's a new product or old product. Your marketing has to be perfect.
Yeah.
Your product obviously has to be perfect. So you have to fire on all cylinders at all points of time. So the pitfall I've seen people making is they've put a lot of investment on the product, they've got the right product, they've become passionate about the product, but marketing they're not doing in the right way, right? You've not done the entire 360-degree marketing. You've probably spent like 100 rupees or $100 in saying something will come. It will not come. You have to have 360-degree marketing from day zero. Same thing in supply chain. You cannot say, I have a product, I will keep it in my warehouse in Delhi and I'll ship it to all India. New product hai, to 4 दिन में पहुंचेगा. Not acceptable. Customer doesn't care. So the pitfall is product launch budget has to be divided on all aspects of your business, and it has to be planned well.
Are there any specific tools that you or your portfolio of brands are using that helps them in being successful in new product launch or avoiding these pitfalls?
I mean, we use a lot of tools, right from...
I mean, whatever you can share. I mean,
yeah.
yeah.
So look, I mean, that's how we've done it. Right from product research, today we have a very, very large engine which actually churns out data, and there's a lot of good data available from Amazon, from the platforms, from Google, etc., etc. You have to be able to monitor, what is customer looking for. So at any point of time, we are tracking almost now close to 22,000 subcategories, right?
Wow.
In terms of customer behavior and customer insight, and what is that new thing that customer is looking at any subcategory, right? And that is what generates the insights. So, that's one tool, definitely, which is a very, very powerful engine. And that forms a foundation of our product launch. Then that goes into our marketing campaign, that goes into our messaging of the product, and everywhere else. So yeah, there are a bunch of tools. I don't think it can be done manually, especially when you're doing it at scale. And definitely there are a lot of tools out there, but I would highly recommend that you think about all these aspects at a very granular level and adopt a tool which is most suitable to you. We've built quite a bit in-house engine, but it's taken us 3 years to do that. And we've also learned from the ecosystem, and regularly we see a lot of innovation. In fact, your own Amazon Seller Central Insights, and the amount of changes it has gone through last 3 years. Earlier you couldn't get the funnel out of the Seller Central. Now, the funnel is very, very granular. Pie is even more granular.
Yeah.
Assimilating the information out of Amazon Pie, if you don't have a framework, can be really difficult. So I think the information is there, and we find that everybody has access to information. People don't have a structured way of consuming that information and then take out an actionable insight. So have your framework ready to be able to have actionable insights from all the data is available. Trust me, there is enough and more data which is out there, publicly and easily available or even provided on the platforms to be able to get that insight. That's not the big deal. It's about your ability to assimilate that data and act upon it.
So use the data, but draw the right inferences so that you can act upon having a successful product launch.
Very, very important, yes.
Nitin, we understand that you talked about three different allocating right budgets to each of these kitties, be it supply chain or be it advertising or or product development. How do you go about advertising when it comes to pre-launch phase, launch phase, and as well as post-launch phase?
Okay, so again, pre-launch phase is typically, so it depends on, two buckets, right? If you're really bringing an innovative product, then our pre-launch phase will talk about a small consumer group. We have a large consumers that, we have access to now. It will go to them as a feedback in terms of experience the product and so on and so forth. Create that enough content, look at customer insight, so you have the right messaging before you go to the larger audience. And then, expand from there. You got to have right content. You have to split your content. Don't forget vernacular. My honest request to everybody is, if you're looking to really capture India, do not forget vernacular. It's a very, very large audience. So make sure you have divided and you've learnt about your audience. It doesn't matter even, people think in, say for example, in Bangalore, which is a metro town and everybody is working on Amazon, would consume English content. That's not true. You know that, right?
Yeah.
People love to consume Kannada or Tamil, or depending on the content. Don't forget your audience in terms of, the vernacular audience. And then make sure you are able to touch all your audience through the medium that they are on. So there will be certain audience which will be available on, like a Prime TV. Then there will be certain audience which will be available on, different mediums which are there. And then go into, especially when you're doing innovative product, go into that affinity. Affinity is very important, and that's where DSP comes in very, very importantly, because you really don't know when it's a new product. Look at, when you look at hair removal spray, right? Who do you target? Metrosexual man? What is the definition of that? What age group will it suit to, and so on and so forth. And you have to discover what's the right audience. One of the biggest audience discovery we had was very, very incidental. We could not discover. So one day from Delhi airport, the Indian wrestling team flying to Australia, we get a phone call in office, can we get a case of hair removal spray? We are traveling to Australia, we are Indian wrestling team. Like, okay, that's the audience we didn't think about, and then we went out and placed our product in all the gyms and it flew off the shelf, right? So, and then we realized, how do we discover this audience? And I think DSP is a great medium to be able to do small experiments and discover that. That's again very, very important. So our 360-degree marketing, I think, is very important. I can't stress enough about the importance of that same thing.
That's really interesting. Coming to my last question, we are almost on the cusp of the festival season. It's about to start. In fact, in certain parts of the country, it has already started. We also understand that many brands plan their new product launches around festival season specifically, because that's a time many of the consumers might be willing to look at new products. What is your approach towards the festival season?
Yeah, so we do it slightly differently, I would say. If I look at our yearly calendar, we would typically do 60% of our new launches by March.
Oh, interesting.
Right? And I will come to that cycle, right? Then another about 20-30% by July, and it's only 10% during the festive. Okay? The reason is you need 2 cycles of a product reordering before you can really scale that up, right? So March when you launch, you have that May festival, which is there, which becomes our first launch cycle. We learn from that and then we go back and re-engineer the product or improvise that product. So there is a second version which comes in by Prime Day,
Right.
for example, right? And that's when you get your segmentation right, customer right, the quantity to be ordered right,
Yeah.
right? And then event you can really blow up. If you just do a new product launch on the event, if it's successful, you will run out of inventory on day one because there's only a certain risk you are taking. If you're not successful and you'll order a large inventory because of event and you're not successful, then you're stuck with it.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a cycle we follow, which is a 60, 30, 20, and then 10. So typically that product really blows up on Diwali and it's launched as a new product because it's already a version 1.1 or 1.2, but it's the right version. But the cycle starts much earlier.
Okay. So basically, do a refresh just before the festival season rather than coming up with a new product which customers are not even aware of.
Absolutely. I think you need at least, my experience is you need at least 1 or 2 learning cycles before you get the product and communication right. And there will be one refresh version on Diwali where you've got everything right and it can blow up. You know exactly how much to order, what is the demand, you've got that all right. Just doing innovative new category
Yeah.
at just around Diwali, I think it's very difficult to get it right.
Okay, great. So thank you very much for sharing great insights, and I'm sure that everybody in the audience would have appreciated all of those insights. For me, the key takeaways were focus on 360-degree marketing because that helps you in reaching out to relevant audiences and also engage with the consumers effectively. I will remember that melting ice phenomena.
I don't know where I got that. Maybe probably it was a YouTube video. You can, but it stayed with me for literally 2-3 years. It was so apt and so nicely done. You can never forget what is the NPD role there.
Yeah, absolutely. And whenever you are looking at a festival season, that's the last key insight, which is you should not look at launching innovative product just before festival season, but rather launch much before and refresh before the festival season because that helps you getting the traction.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what we do. I mean, it's been touchwood, right?
Great. Thank you very much
Thank you.
for your insights.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
very much, Mr. Agarwal. Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. I request you to please stay back with us so that we can take this opportunity to thank you. May I invite Mr. Prateek Gaur, founder Footprint, to please do the honors and present our fireside chat eminent speakers with small tokens of our appreciation. Mr. Gaur. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again for Mr. Nitin Agarwal, CEO of Global Bees. And I thank you for the applause, everyone. And ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kapil Sharma, we thank him, Director Growth Business of Amazon Ads. The photographer is going to need a photo opportunity now of the three of you together. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Gaur, for doing the honors once again. And I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for applauding. And with that, we will now quickly set up for another session. But this time, ladies and gentlemen, it's the first panel discussion of the day, and it's a very essential topic that we will deep dive into. So just give us about a minute to set the days, ladies and gentlemen. We have a very power-packed panel here, and they are going to be joining us very shortly. To just apprise you, we have Ms. Simran Khara, founder and CEO Coparo. I just have been apprised that we have all the panelists here in the room right now. So I'm going to be inviting them one by one. But just to apprise you, we have Ms. Drishti Singhal, founding member and head D2C business and growth from Perfora in our midst. We have Mr. Natwar Agarwal, founder and director Baka Buki, Mr. Kapil Mittal, CSO and co-founder Power Gummies, and Ms. Shaurya Itikat, lead strategist Hector AI. So they're all going to be joining us on stage for this very, very essential theme for D2C brands, which is the role of technology in D2C innovation and success. And so I request you all to please make sure that you call in your colleagues as well if they're outside, because this is going to be an unmissable session, everyone. We're just setting up the days. In a minute, we shall be done. And then we will invite our Power Pack panel for this session, which is themed the role of technology in D2C innovation and success. And it seems we're almost done, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this panel is going to also explore how cutting-edge tech will drive innovation, enhancing customer experiences, and also fueling the growth of direct-to-consumer brands in a landscape which is very, very competitive. So I invite all of you to please take seats. Those of you who are outside can hear me. This is a very, very important conversation. Come and take seats, and should you like to call your friends, your colleagues into the room, it's a good opportunity to do that. And I am going to now invite our session chair for this session, Ms. Chehneet Kaur, Senior Correspondent, Exchange for Media. Let's welcome her with a round of applause, everybody. Welcome. I invite our panelists, Ms. Simran Khara, Founder and CEO, Coparo. Let us accompany welcoming her with an applause, everybody. May I invite Ms. Drishti Singhal, Founding Member and Head D2C Business and Growth, Perfora. And we welcome her with a round of applause as well. And I thank you for the applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Natwar Agrawal, Founder and Director, Bakabuki. Mr. Agrawal, there he is. Welcome. Mr. Kapil Mittal, CSO and co-founder Power Gummies, the CSO and co-founder of Power Gummies, Mr. Kapil Mittal, joining us there. Thank you for the applause. And Ms. Shaurya Itikat, Lead Strategist, Hector AI. And thank you for the applause, everybody, once again. So that is our panel, and I'm going to request Chehneet Kaur, Senior Correspondent, Exchange for Media, to please begin with the proceedings.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for taking out the time for this summit. We are glad that you people made it. Being the first panel of the day, I hope we don't let the audience down and make it super interesting for them. So I would love to, first of all, begin with a short show of hands, a quick show of hands, that how many of us have discovered new brands that we don't know of over e-commerce or quick commerce or digital mediums? Maybe with a show of hands, how many of us got to know about new brands via digital medium? Just this much? Oh my God. I mean, of course, there should be more. Yeah. Okay, so a lot of people in the room kind of explore new brands on that medium. Maybe I would love to begin with you, Simran, that how, as a brand that is competing now, home care, cleaning, digital detergent business is something that's competing with the top masters in the market. How are you using digital e-commerce and quick commerce to kind of build the consumer trust and bridge the gap between you and the consumer?
So obviously, being a D2C brand, digital is really at the core and the heart and soul of everything that we do. My products are simple. I mean, we have coconut-based surfactants in our product, and therefore our products are more safe while being equally effective, for homes particularly who have pets, kids, or those who have sensitivities. So it's not really the use of technology in our product formulations, but there onwards, after the product is made, whether it is in consumer understanding, whether it is in customer service and retention marketing. So if somebody's bought it previously, after 3 weeks, it's likely that it's over. Therefore, you're nudging the customer to buy it again. If somebody's chosen our dishwash, you can perhaps suggest that next time they could also try the detergent because it comes with the same natural goodness and promise. So then it's really about using technology in the other aspects, which is, beyond the product formulation. So starting off with customer service, a lot of retention marketing. All of our communication is also digital. So we do not spend on TV and the other media as of now. So obviously, we've been leveraging Google, Meta, Amazon, and all the other platforms that are available to get our message out there and to recruit the first 500 customers and the next 500 customers and so on and so forth. And I think other than that, the supply chain and ops, right? That's where a ton of tech gets used because it's very vital to know which SKUs of yours are selling, how much they are selling, which are the cities which are pulsating with demand, what are the kind of lead times you have of delivery, because all of that impacts your conversion. So I think, often we think of D2C as saying that tech powers D2C. The reality is D2C powers tech. The amount of tools that D2C founders and companies are eager to use, happy to use, experiment, iterate is incredible. So I've previously worked in large companies and I can tell you that the adoption of some of the newer panels, tools, discussions is incredible. Like just this week we are signing up with a newer provider who can provide us, let's say, e4m intelligence. It was not something that was available earlier. But as D2C brands, you're always sort of happy to put your hand up and choose anything which gives you a competitive edge, right? And your competitive edge is going to lie in better understanding of your consumers, in faster iterations.
Right. Natwa, from you, I would love to understand, since your shoe is a category which is competing with all the Nikes and Adidas and New Balances of the world, how are you using technology internally, not externally, internally, like she mentioned, supply chain and ops? How are you making use of technology internally to compete with all of these top masters in the market?
Yeah, if I talk about shoes, it's a very complex category. There is a size, there are color, and it is a fast fashion, right? And it is like a lot due to social media and like Gen Z demanding new fashion and the fashion changing every month.
Yeah.
We need to be on our toes to launch new product, I think, every month. So I think before COVID, we used to launch product on a season basis, right? So like autumn, winter planning or in summer planning. But after COVID, what we have saw is like consumer no longer want season-based planning, right? So the fashion is such, like it is evolving so fast that we need to launch new designs, I think, every month. So currently, I think we are launching around 4 to 5 styles in different colors and sizes every month. For that, what we have done is like we have made a dedicated a complete war room for a design house. Like we have an in-house designers who designs product, and like every designs, like first we used to do 2-3 prototypes, like making and reiterating the designs and those stuff. So after like when we found out so there is a logistic challenge or there is an making a prototype and making a development takes time. So we have reduced those things. And recently we have also developed a tool internally which analyzes the demand, and we do a demand planning more effectively, right? We have a large catalog, around 4,000 SKUs are there, right? So every time there is one or more SKUs getting out of stock, and we are unable to plan those stock on time. So now what we have done is we have built a tool internally who could forecast the sales, like what the sales should be next month, basis of certain indicators that we have given it internally. So now, I think within a couple of months, we have we are very much effectively able to plan our inventory. So I think replicating the inventory, giving the purchase order, and making stock in-house on time, I think that is the main key factor that drives sales in our category.
Right, makes sense. Kapil, coming to you, like we were discussing backstage, power gummies as a whole being a category that requires a lot of consumer trust, and I mean all of the others can also add to this, because again, detergents, toothpaste, shoes, all of these categories are such that a consumer buys more than once during a short period. So the decision is of course impulsive, number one, but number two, there are options also. I can choose to have 2 detergents, 3 different toothpastes to try, right? It's a category which can easily be substituted. So in gummies, for your case, how are you gaining the consumer trust via technology? It's a simple question. And then maybe one by one you all can add your perspective as well.
Can I give this in a long format, the answer of this question? So I think largely I'm also a consumer. You all are also consumer. We all sitting are consumers. So first of all, I think leave consumer and put human first. Understand consumer is also human, and humans understand communication. So let's forget about consumer as a jargon or rest of the jargons. Understand what you are trying to communicate. Even in our personal relationships, if communication is right, trust is being built, right? So whatever tool I'm using or somebody else is using, let's try to bifurcate into a small pieces of understanding. For example, if there are 60 students in a class, not every student will understand each and everything what a teacher is teaching on the blackboard. So communication has to be little tweaked. This is how small cohorts needs to be done, and on the basis of that, who understand what. Some people understand when first, some people understand why first, some people understand what is in me for first. And then we started, in the context of Power Gummies or in the context of any D2C brand, you are selling commodity, you are selling whatever you are selling, right? So if you are communicating it right, I think communication is the key. Sort it out, and for us it worked. And largely, whenever we are privatizing as well, I think I should largely announce this on this platform as well, that now your Power Gummies will be Power You soon, wherein we are coming with other formats as well, because there was a lot of demand which is coming from consumers. They were saying, okay, you're gummies, that's good, but I want in other formats as well. Why do not have this in other formats? So that is the communication which is not we are doing, that's the communication that they are also doing with us. This is how I think, not I believe, we have sorted, and use of lot of MarTech, use of lot of back-end RFM technologies, etc., etc. You want, I can talk about it, and it can go hours and hours. But in nutshell, layman's language, communication is the key. That's the thing.
Kapil, from an entrepreneur, suddenly became a love guru, like personal relationships, mein commitment and trust.
So I think that's very important, you know. I mean,
no, of course I understand. I'm just saying it on a
है
light.
तो humans ही ना सबके सब. अगर हम वहाँ नहीं चीजें बना पा रहे हैं, तो entrepreneurship क्या ही कर लेंगे यार?
Makes sense. Wow, very deep. Okay, maybe if you can, Drishti, add to this, and then we'll move back to Simran on the same point.
So I think I agree with Kapil on the communication piece. On the tech piece, I think there are two aspects of building trust, right? One is when you're launching, you also sort of use a lot of technology at that point to understand what is also currently missing in the market. Because that is what you also want to communicate to the user. So I think there is a lot of tech that is used when you're starting the business, and then constantly while you're innovating on the product end. Because I feel as a D2C brand, there are just two things that we are able to sort of differentiate from other or legacy brands. One is the communication or the marketing, and the other is the product, right? Because distribution, etc., is something that they anyways have a lot of grip on. So I think on both of those aspects, what you need to market comes from a lot of technology that you use to understand what is currently available in the market across different channels, right? So for a certain channel, like for Amazon, maybe price will play a bigger factor, versus for my website, maybe the product colors would play a more important role in terms of the conversion rate. So essentially understanding, right, even for the same product, the kind of communication I would make on my website versus what I make on quick commerce versus what I make on marketplaces will be very, very different, or the SKU sizes would be very, very different. So there's a lot of technology and a lot of tools that are available today in the market that would compare you with, you know, other legacy brands or other competitors in your categories, that will help you essentially optimize your communication and your learnings that you can again sort of, you know, use to communicate and to, you know, market to the users. So I think that is where a lot of technology evolution has happened.
Right. Before I get to Simran, I would love to know from Shaurya, since you are the only one on the panel who handles multiple brands and can give us examples of the same, to talk about tech and to not talk about AI would be a sin.
Yep.
I would love to know from you your best use case AI scenarios where D2C brands have been able to have a different edge because of their effective use of AI. For me personally, I know the example of Lenskart, I know the example of Nykaa try-on makeup, all of these things to make me feel like, okay, wow, I don't need to go to the store. I don't need to build consumer trust by physically visiting the store. I can make sure that everything suits me right in my bedroom and in my room, in my comfort. I would love to know from you, what are your best use case scenarios where AI was involved?
Sure. So when it comes to AI, especially for the evolving day and age that we're in today, what we've noticed is that for platforms such as, like, you know, your marketplace platforms and everything like that, it's a very big black box for every one of us, right? On marketplace, much like your Google, Facebook and websites, you've not been able to kind of build a path to conversion. You've never been able to see what's the impact of a banner ad, which the Amazon team will push for you guys, but at the end of the day, we all look at our ROI. So here is where we've used something called Amazon Marketing Cloud extensively actually across a lot of brands, especially noise is powered by that very heavily, and for example, campus shoes too. So over there, you're able to create certain insights based on AI about what are the top 10 paths which are going to give you the highest ROAS. So over here, you're able to see that search-only advertising is not the most incrementally profitable path for you. But then when you're adding an element of DSP into it and you're doing a little bit of 3P marketing into it, that's where we're able to actually give that consolidated view that actually only, say, search ads are not the most impactful from an incremental ROI standpoint. Beyond this, there's a lot of data in marketplace. So what we've done again, which has helped a lot of brands, say, more legacy brands who don't have that cutting edge insight into performance marketing, they're able to, with a Gen AI, just question their own data with Hector, and they're able to find out what's happening across their seller, their vendor, their Amazon ad portal, their Flipkart portals, and yeah, so these are the things that we've currently done and used. So AMC is a well of data. I mean, especially Amazon has enabled that for us. So that's where we have given brands the most edge as of today in my eyes.
Okay, perfect. Simran, getting back to you, if you can share the same kind of scenario, if you're using AI maybe for personalization, maybe for any kind of technology internally or externally, maybe please share the example so that everybody can learn.
So I think for us, I mean, the use of AI is much more in our customer service, which is frankly, conversational bots, ensuring that some amount of the tickets which are raised, the issues that may be coming up from customers are at the very least handled on time, and then they are assigned to the right person. So for us, it's been much more about using it in CRM. It has been less about personalization, So we have about 30 SKUs. So for me to kind of use this to create a personalized basket, it is a bit far-fetched, So, if you bought this, now you will buy this. That is not AI. That is just looking at a cross set of data to say that people who buy dishwasher are likely to buy detergents, or people who buy 5 liters of something are potentially large families, and therefore they're likely to buy 5 liters of something else. Those are first principles logics that you can look at and refine. So for us, it's been much more about using it for CRM. We have also begun experimenting using it for content, both for visual stuff. So we do try and see if we can do some amount of product render creation, product placements in lifestyle photographs, at scale, at speed. And we also use it for content marketing very heavily. So I think, gone are the days when you need 4, 5, 6 people sitting in your content marketing team. I think a lot of stuff is getting churned out today, with creative, intelligent prompts, frankly, using AI. So that's what we are using it for today. But, I'd just like to add on to that conversation. We were just having this rich conversation about tech, right? And I think we often like to think as D2C brands कि जो भी e-commerce या Q-com में बिकता है उसका कुछ data नहीं आता, right? And obviously you don't have a customer information, you don't have a phone number, but there is still a treasure trove of data that does exist there, right? And it's really important to use it, AI or no AI, right? It's just really, really important to use it. As simple as saying that on your checkout page, right? The upsell or the cross-sell that you can do, right? But again, knowing very well that maybe the cross-sell that I do today is based on the information that I've got in the last 6 weeks. 6 weeks later, that cross-sell may not be relevant, right? Because maybe seasons have changed. Maybe Diwali is coming up and therefore larger packs should be put up over there. So I think, you have so many rich opportunities to drive up your order values, your retentions, to drive up your cross and repeats. If you look at some of that data which is coming out, even looking at some things like, even from Q-commerce perspective, looking at trends which are very location specific, time specific. I think, I would imagine it will be true for toothpaste as well, right? A lot of purchase happens in the 6 to 10 a.m. But if you will not look at your data, you will probably keep your campaigns on the whole day. And then if you say that it's happening in 6 to 10 a.m. and then you forget about it, that's also wrong, because you may then see that potentially maybe Bombay shops earlier than, Delhi. So you have to look at it and keep refining it, so it's not one end state. There's many, many end states.
Right. Natwar, from you, I would love to know, reaching tier 2, tier 3 cities is as important as tier 1, more important rather now, to reach every corner for a D2C brand. What are the strategies that you are using to reach every corner of the country and make sure that Bakabuki is a brand that everybody knows?
If I talk about geographically sales for in our category, I think most of our sales happens through tier 1 city or in state capital, right? And that is where the real audiences are, right? So basically the first is identifying the users and identifying the geographical areas from where the sales is coming in. So in our case, I think Maharashtra and Karnataka used to be, I think, the topmost contributor in sales, I think 1 year back. But I think right now UP, Uttar Pradesh, even northeast regions, even Jammu and Kashmir have increased a lot. Like we are getting a lot of sales from these regions because even it changes seasonally in our case. Like if it is a winter time, then in case of in winter boots sale increases, men boots. So we get most of our sales through northeast or in Himachal or Uttarakhand or this Jammu and Kashmir area. Whereas in case of an summer, the more if it is an open footwear, we get more sales through like these southern areas. Overall, it is like mix and match thing. But the thing is that how, like in case of in performance marketing, if I talk about, we do an city-wise planning, like how the funds can be allocated towards an city and evolving one city, making an aggressively, like making an ad repeats rate of I think 7 or more, so that increases more visibility towards a particular city, and then we move to another city, like those things. And even if I talk about in like ATL advertisements on BTL, we do like most of like we do college events. Like on those remote areas, like on like tier 1 cities or tier 2 cities, most of the college events or like annual fest, those are happening on, we target on those stuff.
Right. We are left with the last 5.5 minutes or something. I would love to come to the challenges part, and maybe everybody can give 2 minutes on it quickly. Not 2 minutes, sorry. Less than a minute. So maybe I would like to start with you, Kapil, and then Shaurya, and then maybe we can take the round. The challenges that you think are the most prevalent right now, top 2 maybe you can mention, and in the digital age for D2Cs in India.
So the biggest challenge is, if I look at the consumer cohort and try to divide and understand, we talk about largely tier 1, tier 2 in the terms of geographically they are located. But when I really look at the data, there are a lot of, for example, I take an example, civil line. It's everywhere in every part of city, every part of India. Every city has a civil line. Now, in all those civil line, there are a lot of good consumers who are there. The first challenge is how to reach them still, and not to waste your money on advertisement or not to waste your money on just CPCs. That is the current biggest challenge which we have, and they are potential customers, very much potential customers who will be advocates after some of period of 6 months or 7 months. They're the first potential customers of that. So this is the current challenges which we have, and we are trying to solve it.
Shaurya, short and crisp.
Adding on to Kapil, very aptly, I think there's too much data today for D2C brands with the amount of data e-commerce is throwing at you. So prioritizing what is useful for you from day parting, as was rightly mentioned, and understanding what rules can be set up, those are things that tech brands will for sure help, and something that we obviously offer. And beyond this, contextuality, to add on to what was being said, is where supply side optimization is actually the biggest struggle, I feel, wherein today there are too many platforms that digitally are linked to DSPs. So finding out through impression-based tracking, URL impression tracking, knowing which server is actually impacting your consumer journey. These two things, I think, are the most pertinent kind of challenges which tech solves.
Srishti.
I think for D2C brands, personally I feel is data centralization, because, and again, it's an add-on to what Shaurya said, that today, if you're advertising or selling on 5-6 different platforms, to essentially understand, right, to basically make category-wise P&Ls, product-wise P&Ls, understand, which product is, let's say, profitable for us at an entire business level, or probably, so those kind of decision makings require a lot of data churning at the moment. So how can you automate that through tech and AI? I think that is a challenge that we're also internally trying to solve at the moment, but, even for your marketing efforts, right? If you've done especially campaigns which are not conversion first campaigns, how do you sort of, track the awareness that that campaign has brought across channels? So I think that centralization currently I feel is one challenge that we need to solve for.
Simran?
Yeah, I think, for us, it's the fact that, we've realized that there's a role performance marketing plays and then there's a role where brand marketing must kick in. But really, where are the consumers that I'm talking to, which is the modern millennial families? They're largely not watching TV anymore. So how do you even reach these people, right? And therefore, what is the branding playbook in the new digital ecosystem where people are watching CTV, people are watching OTT, जिसमें कोई ad नहीं है? How do you even reach these consumers, right? And then of course the fallout is कि CACs high हैं, CPMs high हैं, but the reality is it's just very hard today to reach a millennial consumer, and it's getting harder and harder because where they're spending time, there are no ads.
Natwar? Yeah.
Common problem for all of us.
I think in our industry the challenge is a little bit different. It is not on a marketing side, it is more on a supply side. so that is a good challenge to have, right? The thing is that I think there's a recent BIS announcement in footwear category that happened in the month of July. So developing a product, a footwear in an Indian market is really a challenge. I think that is what we are facing right now. So there is a BIS that Government of India have implemented from the month of July 2024. So the import of footwear is completely restricted now. So everything needs to be developed in India. And developing a footwear in India where the factories are making traditionally and not in an organized manner, that is really challenge. Like to develop a good product in India based on the factories of India is a real challenge that we are facing. That is the one. And the second is the supply thing. That is also related to the manufacturing only. Like maintaining the product every time on the shelf, managing the out of stock thing. So that is, I know that is a good problem to help, but so that is the challenge that we are facing right now.
Right. Before we finish this conversation, a fun, quick thing. 3 words that a D2C should live by, 3 keywords, just 3 words, in the digital age. Simran. We can take our time. We have 30 seconds, so yeah.
3 words is a bit hard, but...
Okay, one maybe. Okay, let's keep it easy and quick. Okay, we can start from Drishti, then we'll go back there.
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
So first is concentrate consumer cohort, communication, data centralization.
3 C's. Wow. Okay, sure.
I was actually thinking of centralization too, not to steal from it, but that is one of the important things. I think automation is very crucial for operational activities, which can be looked into from tech. So automation is important.
Okay.
And the second thing would be centralization. Third thing is analytics at a daily level rather than doing it at a weekly or a monthly. Right? Analytics is one.
Natwar?
So if I talk about specific to our industry, I think communicating right to the customers, being honest to the customers and giving them a great experience, I think that is the main key. That is, I think that what Indian consumers expect.
So communication, trust and experiences.
Yeah. And the second thing I would also like to add on the value. The utility in the product that you are giving to the consumer. Like so in our case, if we sell a product, the customer should feel like it is worth it. Like the value that is given to the customer over a product, that is very important in a long term.
Yeah, Drishti and then Simran.
I think one is analyze, second would be innovate/personalize, and third would be, I think, care for the customer. So I think those would be the 3.
Yeah, I think experiment, iterate, and then repeat.
Nice mantra. Okay, can we have 1 or 2 questions? Should we open the stage for questions?
We don't have time for questions, unfortunately, so we'll have to take them offline.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
All the spokespersons will be here around. We'll take the questions offline. Thank you so much,
All
everybody.
right, thank you very much. And I'm going to request our panelists to please remain seated. And I'm going to invite Mr. Amit Verma, CEO and founder Digitub, to come and thank them for us. May I request Mr. Amit Verma to kindly join us, and let's have the mementos up on stage. You can begin from anywhere, maybe from the lady, Ms. Simran Khara, founder and CEO, Koparo. Let's have a round of applause, everyone, and thank you for the applause. Oh, the picture isn't taken. Okay. Mr. Natwar Agrawal, founder and director, Baka Buki. Kapil Mittal, CSO and co-founder, Power Gummies. Shaurya Itikat, lead strategist, Hector AI. Drishti Singhal, founding member and head D2C business and growth, Perfora. And we'll need a group photo opportunity of all of them. Yeah, let's hear it for them, everyone, as they pose for a picture. Thank you very much once again, panelists, for an insightful session there on how the tech and D2C industry will unfold in years to come. And we'd like to also thank Mr. Amit Verma, CEO and founder DigitUp, for doing the honors of thanking our panelists with small tokens of our appreciation and gratitude. And after that insightful session, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now go on to the next session, which is a panel discussion on mastering digital marketing for D2C success. So our focus is going to shift to mastering digital marketing, right? Our expert panel is going to delve into effective strategies and best practices to help direct-to-consumer brands achieve remarkable results in the digital space. And so this is going to be also an interesting session. I request to please remain seated. Yeah, and thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen. Let me now invite the chair of our session on the stage, Mr. Prateek Gaur, co-founder Footprint. Let's give it up for Mr. Prateek, ladies and gentlemen, who's going to be now moderating the session. And may I invite the panelists of this session, Ms. Neha Sharma, founder and CMO Doxy2. Let's welcome her, everyone. Ms. Udita Bansal, founder True Browns. Let's welcome the founder of True Browns, Ms. Udita Bansal. Welcome. Ms. Anshita Mehrotra, founder and managing director Fix My Curls. Let's welcome her. Mr. Raghunandan Saraf, founder Saraf Furniture. And let's keep that applause flowing, and thank you for the applause. Mr. Harsh Hari Modi, CEO and founder Malmal. Welcome. And so that completes our panelists, and I'm going to request our moderator, Mr. Gaur, to please take over the proceedings.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I had a very cold drink last night, so it was hurting right now. So this is a decade back. I was working with an edutech brand, which shall not be named. It later on became a multi-billion-dollar brand, and now I think it's on the verge of shutting down. I'm responsible for neither of the things. I worked 1 year with them, and one of the most interesting experiences I had was when I met a trustee of a famous school chain. They have schools all over India. He was a big proponent of offline sales, and we were trying to sell him an online school product. He asked me this very simple question, and somehow it still resonates with me till date. Where's the personal touch when you're trying to sell something online? How do you bring that personal touch when you're trying to market something online? And it still remains with me until today. When we execute campaigns on behalf of brands, we keep that in mind. However, it has been a decade since then, and brands have successfully overcome that challenge to a very large extent. To the extent that sometimes when you have your customers, they become so loyal that they actually become your brand ambassadors. That personal touch has come into such a great extent now. And they become your real life influencers. Influencers you don't have to pay, rather they pay you for your products. And that's something a brand can only dream of. And today we have a panel of founders and co-founders of such brands who have made a name for themselves, that their customers are actually some of their biggest promoters. They go and they talk about you everywhere. They talk about you organically on social media. And I'm saying this because I have discovered this to a very, very large extent in the last few days. And it's very interesting. So let's start with a discussion on how you were able to build that kind of loyalty using the digital marketing ecosystem. I'll start with you, Sneh. It's a very, your brand is a very unique brand. So how were you able to create that uniqueness around you that today, today we can see that the pet care industry is huge, and pet parents are consciously taking decisions of feeding their kids the best available in the market. How were you able to distinguish yourself, yourself in that particular space, which is so crazy? And what was your elaborate strategy? Let's just take us through your digital marketing journey from the time you started till date.
So we started D2C around 10 years ago. That means that we were the initial brands in the category. We did not have any best practices to follow. We did not have any brands to look up to, which made it more exciting, but more challenging. So we had to basically reinvent everything. So while researching the industry, we had to do a lot of groundwork. So while researching the industry, we figured that this is a highly unregulated industry. So there are no compliances and there are no rules as such for brands to follow. So much that it was not even recognized as food industry by FSSAI till last year. So we started researching the gaps first. We saw that this industry is a byproduct industry. So whatever is the garbage of other industries like leather and meat, like hair, beak, nails, it's all glued together into a treat and then it's sold. So we wanted to change that. So these are called raw hides. So dogs are compulsive chewers. They have to chew something hard, and brands took advantage of that. So they just glued everything which is a byproduct of others and made it into a treat. And because it was unregulated, people didn't figure that. Then things started changing. So we saw this gap that this is a byproduct, this is extremely unhealthy. People are not reading labels. So we thought that this is a challenge and this is a gap, we have to change that. And then millennials started to become pet parents. And they were more aware pet parents. So they were reading labels and they were demanding for healthier pet treats. So our whole goal was to find a treat or food which is healthy and which is nutritious and which is a alternate to rawhide. Then we stumbled upon this product called Churpi. It is a Himalayan yak chew. It is a centuries-old human food which is highly, highly nutritious, 60% protein, high in calcium. So we thought this is a hero product. All our lives we try to make a mediocre product look good by good marketing. Here this was this hero product sitting right in front of us. So we thought we have to launch this as a treat. So we researched it further. We kind of automated the production process. So basically the biggest challenge was finding the right product which we perfected. So no amount of good marketing can help you succeed if your product itself is not good. So we first perfected the product. Identifying the gap is important. Then we saw that this is a perfect dental treat. It is healthy. So we then have to find the right channel to launch it. So we thought that pet parents, they trust vets a lot. So then we started talking to a lot of the doctors. They were convinced that this is the product which is not existing in the category yet. So we started talking to, we did a lot of events through them. Then we were convinced that now we are ready to launch the brand. Then D2C, the brand name came, then a lot of branding exercise, so your packaging has to be good. Then you have to be present where your customers are. So we figured what are the marketplaces available, our own website. Then what are the more developed nations like Western countries. So we started launching in different countries to build trust in this product in India. So when people saw that there are people talking about this product in other countries, even Indians, then they started to follow because this is a premium product. So this is what we did in last 10 years, and now I'm very proud that we are one of the biggest manufacturer and exporter of this product. We are present in 30 countries. Biggest market is US, followed by UK. India is our bet for next 10 years. India is evolving. A lot of pet parents are now. So the new campaign which you see, Label Padega India, for humans, we started that 10 years ago for dogs. So which we continue to still do. So yeah, this is the journey.
Yeah, reading labels is a very recent phenomena. I think 20 years back, nobody was reading anything.
Yeah.
Now we read everything, and we keep taking decisions on those basis. So anything specific you've done online for in terms of promoting it, taking it to the millennials?
We do a lot of, so Amazon is a big platform for us. So within Amazon, it's not as straightforward as just making your product live and it will start selling. There also we did a lot of iterations, a lot of A/B testing. As simple as your listing image the video that goes along, your descriptions. So we kept changing it, and maybe the 10th version worked for us. Then is your influencers, they play a major role. So your word of mouth is very important, but word of mouth you cannot control. But the next best thing is your testimonials and reviews, which you can control by by creating that user experience for your customers. So we have really good reviews for our products online, which really is helpful for reaching the next set of customers. So that is something which we do. Then your website optimization, search engine optimization. Search engine or optimization is now moving from Google to Amazon, which is our greatest learning, because people used to search on Google earlier, but now they go to Amazon and then search for what
Amazon
they are
as the premier sponsor of this event is going to be very happy with those statements.
Yeah. So we are seeing that majority of our searches are coming from Amazon, and then people also move to our website, and then they go back to Amazon and buy the product. So yeah, these are the things which we keep doing, and this is not one-time activity. You have to consistently do it every day.
Udita, my wife vouches for True Browns. So my colleagues wear True Browns. My clients wear True Browns, like whenever I go and visit them. And I know this because they tag themselves a lot of times and on stories, and they tag your brand name. I don't think this was a phenomena a couple of years back. What did you do differently that it has become synonymous with an urban chic look, True Browns as a brand? Is there any specific thing you followed online? What was your, it's so difficult to be there online when you have crazy e-commerce aggregators all the time spending such big amounts of money. How do you distinguish yourself? Was there any specific performance ad strategy you had, or SEO, or anything which worked for you or did not work for you?
Firstly, thank you so much for having such
customers
around you.
I'm taking 2 pairs of True Browns for my wife after this session.
We also have menswear now, so. I think I agree with Sneh. If your product is not right, no amount of digital marketing or any kind of marketing can work. And what definitely worked for us was the right positioning of the product in terms of what we are offering, the problem that we are solving, and the price point that we're giving for the quality of the product. So we defined the problem very clearly, that we will get you closer to the roots. We will give you ethnic wear, but in today's language. So we will give you urban ethnic wear and who is the customer? Modern, independent, working women. So when we defined these 2 areas and we clubbed both of them is when our product came out. The point that we stuck to what we are offering, what we are solving for is actually what worked for us. To the point that when we launched on marketplaces, this is a couple of years back, we became one of the top 3 brands the moment we launched. So it was very clear that there is a need of this product, and we are giving at the right price point, and we are solving for a problem. The spike that you're talking about over the last 2 years is a lot of effort on brand communication that essentially started actually about 3 years back. And last 2 years, we really tripled down on it, doing a lot of efforts in different verticals, like in different areas of brand communications. So from bringing our story to our customer through the campaigns that we do. We've stuck to what we are as a brand, and we talk about it in our brand campaigns. That resonates with our consumers. And when they find that consistency in our communication, in the product that we do, they become our spokespeople, right? So that has worked for us. Influencer marketing has worked for us tremendously well. So when we started brand communication, we had to reach our consumers and find the right communities to get associated with. So going very aggressive on influencers, finding the right influencers for the brand, and reaching out, tapping out to their communities is what led to the brand scaling up. SEO that you mentioned is something, in fact, we we did it. It's something that we have to actually, as a company, triple down on it. That was not the reason. That was not the exact reason for the scaling up that happened in the last 2 years.
So it was multiple strategies.
Multiple strategies, a lot of effort in brand communication and talking about what we are doing, and the reach through influencer marketing.
So the bottom line is you have to have a good product. A bad product
Absolutely.
won't sell, however hard you try. Anshita, she mentioned influencer marketing. I think that is also a very important part of your product strategy, if I'm not mistaken. And if you've done campaigns around influencers, how did it work for you? What were the learnings? How do you choose your influencers? I know one way to choose your influencers is exactly to find influencers with curls.
Yeah.
What are the other ways to choose your influencers, and have they really helped your product grow across various platforms?
So it's easy to find people with curly hair, but it's not easy to find someone who resembles the customer persona that you're chasing after, right? And on top of that, we know the customer that we're serving, and we also know who they aspire to be, and that's who the influencer should be. You can't pick an influencer that's a little too close to your customer because maybe they want to be somewhere else, right? So we try to find influencers in a couple different buckets. Of course, they need to be aspirational, but they can also either be at the stage where our customer is right now in their product life cycle, in which they've just found the product, they're a beginner, they don't know too much, and the influencer is in the same boat. So their content resembles the customer very closely. Then we have a second tier where this person is someone who knows a lot about curly hair. So they're ready to educate the customer. They can talk about things the customer even doesn't know, and they're teaching. Then there's mega influencers that are more just for outreach. They build the aspiration of this is who you want to be, and this is who you'll become once you start using Fix My Curls. So I think these are the three buckets in which we have influencers, and then strategy just follows according to which bucket they fall into. But we focus on vibe a lot, and that's just something that I've had to inculcate in all of my content strategists at Fix My Curls is look for a vibe. It's a very specific vibe. I don't know how to explain it, but
Give us an example of an influencer who matched the vibe. Someone we would know.
I'm trying to think. Someone big that everyone in this room knows, definitely. I don't think I have a name like that because we don't work with really big influencers. Firstly, I have to put that out there. Like, we don't work with people who have over 300,000-400,000 followers. I think we're always working with people under that range because after that, the audiences are just too broad and it doesn't work for us. We're in a niche. We're not selling just any shampoo, conditioner. We're selling styling products. That is a completely different and new category, which it's taken me 5 years to educate people, and it's also taken 5 years for me to have enough competition to think, okay, the market is growing. So we've very literally built out hundreds of influencers in our category, like from scratch. You know, we've messaged them, we've told them, hey, you have curly hair. Can we teach you about your hair? And then do you want to teach other people? So we've had to deal with it very differently because our category didn't exist. We were one of the category makers. So for us, we needed to be super sure about the product, of course, which is what everyone's talking about. But most of all, we had to be ready to really teach people from scratch and be very patient with influencers because we didn't get them ready-made.
Raghu, you have some of the best solid wood designs I've seen online. Yeah, and I discovered it just day before yesterday. So I want you to specifically focus on data when it comes to, say, learnings in terms of what were the data points you look for when you are devising your digital marketing strategy. Are those data points based on your online sales? Are they based on your customer feedback? What exactly are you looking at? And how do you use that data to devise your complete digital strategy? And what would be your suggestion for, say, this is specifically for younger startups which are just, consumer brands which are just starting in. What should they specifically look at?
Thank you. So we are into furniture industry made of shisham wood. So how we started back in 2009 was everybody was already buying furniture, and everybody was happy, not happy. They were okay with it. So we kind of got feedback from our very early consumers. They were saying, "Oh, nice, lakdi ka furniture hai. Ye bhi milta hai, and it's affordable as well." So we started with suggesting a problem that the furniture that you're already buying made of plywood or something is not good enough, and you all know it, and which is why you are looking for wooden furniture because it lasts longer. So we started suggesting.
And also very aesthetically pleasing.
Oh, thank you so much for this. So we started suggesting this problem and offering a solution at the same time. So what we need to do was to make sure that we keep suggesting this problem. So one of the data points which may not be related to consumer per se. We understood that a lot of people face problems in the monsoon season about drawers not opening or doors not opening.
Creaking sounds.
Creaking sounds and all. And we knew that furniture which is made from shisham wood that we do will not have such problems. So we used to make sure that we go aggressive on marketing in monsoon season, because that's when people will face these problems with their existing furniture, and that's when they'll find a solution in our product. So the data points may not just be related to your consumer, his behavior or her behavior, but related to your products as well. So I would say to consider both the data points, product and the consumer. And another thing that we sort of did was saw that if somebody is looking to buy a dining table, he or she will be more inclined to think about it while having dinner at the dinner table. Okay, let's buy a new dining table. So we started showing products based on their daily routine. Like this is the time when they'll be looking for a study table, or this is the time when they'll be looking for a dining table or a sofa. So these are a few data points based on the behavior. One interesting thing which I believe is interesting we did was to try to be visible to the customer at the first thing in the morning when he wakes up and goes for the daily routine in the washroom. We used to make sure that that's the first ad he sees or she sees, when he opens Instagram or Facebook, which I believe every one of us do.
Yeah, everybody spends a lot of time in the bathroom in the morning.
And we realize that different geographically and demographically, different customers have different times when they'll be opening their phone for the first time. So we started tracking those times as well and started showing ads that way. So these are the few data points which I would consider.
I'll also tell you, men will spend more time than women in the washroom. So you will have to show them multiple ads.
I'll go with you on this, yeah, sure.
Harsh, since I started this conversation about personalized, somebody asked me, what's the personalized experience a person gets when they are going somewhere online? Your company specifically is, choosing ethnic wear is a very different experience because your two customers will look at the same product in two different ways, despite of the fact that they both can afford it. So I want you to, elaborate on what challenges you've been able to overcome using your digital, this digital marketing ecosystem, considering that one of the easiest ways is a lot of celebrities wear your clothes. So people actually look at that and get very happy and then they want to purchase it. But what exactly happens, because I've seen people going for ethnic wear shopping, they will actually drop something because they did not like one particular line of design on their outfit. Am I right? This happens. So what happens online? Like how do you overcome that using online digital ecosystem?
So I agree with everybody on the panel that first and foremost, product has to be in place. And what we realized as a brand was that a lot of the ethnic wear players specifically were not very aware of the technicalities of the fabric, which is the actual thing which makes the garment. And that's where we started. And all our products, we are vertically integrated from yarn to the complete product. We do everything in-house because we produce very, very specialized fabrics. Nothing is market bought. And that makes the garment very, very comfortable and very durable. So, which was not the case with most ethnic wear. Ethnic wear में हमेशा ये था कि देखने में अच्छा लगना चाहिए, comfort का कोई mindset ही नहीं था. So, but this is something which we've bought in as a brand, and to the fact that we don't do any customizations at all, because everything is pre-ready. We ship within 24 hours of receiving an order. So that's another void that we filled कि किसी को अब कहीं भी कोई भी फंक्शन के लिए किसी भी चीज़ के लिए चाहिए तो दे नीड दैट गारमेंट लास्ट मिनट. सो मोस्ट ऑफ द एथनिक options are not available off the shelf, but we provide sizes from extra small to triple XL right there and then, so you can just walk out with whatever you like. And of course, there is a huge range that we offer because customer tastes do vary a lot, and also on the use case it's very different. So we have a classic collection where we do the classic Malmal collection. Then we have a wedding wear collection which is more occasion wear. We also have a studio line which is towards Indo-Western, Western silhouettes. So it all depends. And also, I would say that being online, you have to cater to the world as a market, and more for us, India as a market. And there was a time when the Indian woman from south to north, east to west was dressing up very, very differently. But I feel now, thanks to social media, it's not the case, especially with the next generation coming in. They're consuming the same media, they're watching similar movies, following similar trends. So what we have seen is whatever is kind of a bestseller in Delhi, a similar product would be a bestseller down south in Bangalore as well. तो वो बहुत ज़्यादा global होता जा रहा है. And that has helped brands like us. Otherwise, it would have been very, very difficult to produce different kind of things for different markets. But it's becoming very global, and it's just about how you position it. And that's how we've done it. And like you said, influencer marketing has, I think we were one of the very first few brands to kind of crack it, and we were very lucky that we had very good quality influencers wearing our products, that too very organically, because that's another thing which is very important. We just had a chat where you asked me, how do we get all the celebrities to wear our outfits? So thankfully the Indian film industry is based in Bombay, so वहाँ का climate conditions are such that they want to wear something light, something comfortable, something breathable, which is Malmal. So it's like the answer to their everyday need. And that's how you see so many celebrities wearing Malmal. It's not because we are paying them for it or there is any other reason attached. It's just purely because they like the look of the garment and it's comfortable for them.
So imagine the costs if you were paying them. Probably would have.
I wouldn't be sitting here then.
Anjita, what is your social media strategy? Any specific social media platforms where you guys have stood out? Anything you want to talk about which you don't want to talk about?
No, so very specifically, of course, Instagram works really well for us, and there we very literally have a very strict grid that we follow. We don't post randomly. Everything is extremely well thought out. I know it is for most brands, but for us, it's to a very large extent, like we don't just post something because it's trending. We post it with a lot of intention, and it has to be directed at our community, because again, our community is very specific, it's very close-knit, and we've built it from the ground up. We're not in a more generic category like skincare or makeup. So Instagram, of course, works really well for us. Then YouTube Shorts work really well for us. And the strategy on YouTube, we've tried long-form content, and it's worked to a certain extent to help educate customers, but we're not sure about conversions on YouTube. We also do use Quora and Reddit, which I won't talk too much about.
Because you're anonymous. Because you're anonymous there.
We're very anonymous there, but Quora and Reddit work really well for anyone who is thinking about social media. You may not think about these platforms, but trust me, that's where people are talking about your product. That's where you'll find the best criticism about your product, and you'll know what to fix. The best way to make a good product is, I mean, you should listen to the haters, and all of them are on Reddit or Quora, and you'll know what to fix.
I'm on Reddit for hours, and it's very interesting. Anjita, the grid part which you mentioned, any specific learnings from that? Because that's something which young brands try to do, fail, then go into trending reels. I mean, this is a subsequent question because
So see, we learned that you need to have a good mix of content that is visually appealing, A. you need to have a face, and you need to have something that resembles a meme or some type of text, but it shouldn't be more than one sentence, and that's it. That's as long as your meme should be. If it's longer, it should be longer because it's a conversation between someone and someone in the meme. I know this sounds very odd maybe to a specific group of people here, but the people who are on Instagram will understand what I'm saying. But we figured we have to have a mix of product, face, and something funny or community oriented, and just keep repeating that cycle over and over. And what happens is, genuinely when people are scrolling on their Instagram, they are blindly scrolling, right? So they need to be able to recognize your brand colors and text placement and image placement. Everything needs to be the same. And obviously we didn't have that decided from day one, but what I did know was that the grid needs to work a certain way. And if you see our grid right now and scroll past the last 300 posts, they will all have a very specific placement. You'll notice it now that you know, but to customers, it's just something that we're tapping into subconsciously. And then when they're scrolling on their phones at 11:30 in the night, before they know it, they've tapped and they've liked a meme without really knowing if they find it funny or not, but they know it's Fix My Curls.
Sneh, you have millennials as your a lot of millennials as your customers, and they are very opinionated about everything. Any specific listening tools you use for your brand specifically, and how do you manage if there is any negative chatter around?
Yeah, see, we as a brand, we genuinely feel that social media channels, platforms, they are not for hunting customers, but these are for cultivating relationships. And listening tools become very, very important for us to do exactly that. So we currently use Simplify 360 for listening to conversations. And like we just are discussing, that people are everywhere talking about you without you knowing. So it becomes very important for you to track down those conversations and be present there, and you should be talking to these customers. And listening is not just for collecting data and replying to these conversations, but for us, it kind of becomes a data point to launch our new products also. For example, we listen and monitor to general dog-parent conversations. Then we identify trends, that what are the problems or new trends or new treats or general conversations they are talking about. We figured that one of the pain points of pet parents is fungal, bacterial infections in dogs. Then we thought, what do we do within our product range to help pet parents to solve that? We launched a treat which has turmeric in it, which kind of fights infections. So it became our new range for them. Then, joint pain, then eyesight, then fur and their hair. So these things kind of, you don't know unless you're talking to customers, and you can't directly talk to a lot of them. So if you need to have a bigger sample size, you have to listen to larger conversations, which should not be just, say, India. Pet parents are more evolved in other countries. So you can combine learnings from various countries under one dashboard. So you can automate a lot. And listening then beyond these conversations, you can now listen to your reviews on Amazon, on Google. You have to reply. So manually it becomes a hassle. If you have multiple pages for different countries and different channels on different platforms, it kind of becomes confusing for your team also. So I feel that a single platform managing all your conversation under one roof becomes very, very essential for a growing brand.
Raghu, I had this question for you because any interesting online campaign you've seen of a non-competitor which you would like to emulate? Because what happens is sometimes, when you look at competitors, you end up using almost similar strategies. It happens with younger brands. Case ne ye kiya hai, so let's try to do this. This will work for us. Anything which is specifically which you have liked, which is not from your industry, and something which you have emulated in terms of a strategy?
So I'm glad this question that you are about this question. So we have been actually thinking about doing something like this. For example, what the Hutch did with that pug, or the Vodafone did with those Zuzus. To be able to promote your products through an avatar, not through a celebrity. Or so the good thing about this is you can reposition your product anytime. All you need to do is is to change the personality of your avatar based on the current trends. And the moment you do that, based on the current trends, the positioning of your product changes as well. And you're not dependent on that your product is positioned in certain way. How do you change the positioning now, after 2 years when the trends has changed? Or you're not looking for some other celebrity with a different personality to reposition the product. So if you can market your product through an avatar, it becomes so much easy to reposition at any point of time. So this is something that we're also looking to crowdsource this idea post Diwali.
Okay. Udita, clothing industry is such that I think even Harsh will agree that trends change very quickly. Things change very quickly. I'm sure you go for new product. I'm sure you go for new product launches and you go for new product launches, and I'm sure you're also doing something with events around it. So, any specific strategy where you do that? Like, just 1 minute. Yeah. Can we be like 60-second answer?
Quickly.
Yeah.
Cover this. You're saying about product launches. Yes, definitely. So, एक तरीका है कि आप बस product launch करते रहो, right? But then what is the difference of becoming a brand versus just selling products on a marketplace, right? We have, like, every time we launch a product, there is a campaign behind. Like, every time we launch a new range, there is a campaign behind it. And that campaign essentially covers the story of the woman and the product that we are offering. So we marry again the two things, and then every time we launch, we have like a campaign. And that really, see, basically आपको कहानी तो बतानी है, because that's what consumer ultimately remembers, and that's how you become a brand, and that's how the resonance and what she said, right? How do customers just, they see it and they know that this is this brand, right? So one of the things that we do is very consistent campaigns with every collection launch.
Harsh, 30 seconds. No, it's okay. 30 seconds. I want you to conclude something you want to give to the younger brands, because you have grown and you've grown very well across the country, offline and online. What do you suggest to any younger brands, specifically when it comes to digital strategy? You need to just give me an answer. What is a one-line of thought?
For me, I would say, which is an unpopular opinion in the D2C space, is that first and foremost, of course, the product has to be right, and your P&L has to be positive.
Oh, I love
if
that
your
answer.
business is not making money, so something is not right.
We don't have any venture capitalists over here.
So then, because we are not in an industry जहाँ पे बहुत कोई high R&D है, बहुत high capex है या कुछ भी है. So why is your business not making money at the end of the month? If it's not the case, so rewrite your rules, go back to the table. But even if it's small, till the time your company is not generating cash flow, then you're not doing it right. So this is what I would conclude by saying, कि पैसा बनाना is the primary motive of business.
Of everything, yes.
Yes.
So two things we take back from this session. Your product has to be brilliant and make money. Thank you guys. Thank you for being patient.
Thank you very much. I request our panelists to please stay with us for a moment. May I invite Mr. Prashant Ray, Director Marketing India and Southeast Asia, Channel Factory, to kindly join us on stage. And there he is, everyone. I'm going to request you to please felicitate all our panelists. Yes, let's hear it. Harsh Hari Modi, CEO and founder Malmal, thank you. We also have Sneh Sharma, founder and CMO Doxy Chew. We've got Udita Bansal, founder True Browns. Anshika Mehrotra, founder and managing director Fix My Curls. And thank you for the applause, ladies and gentlemen. And Raghunandan Saraf, founder Saraf Furniture. And our moderator, everybody, Mr. Prateek Gaur, co-founder Footprint. Thank you so much for steering the conversations for this panel. Now, as we move forward, let's take these key takeaways and apply them to our own approaches, ensuring we stay ahead in this ever-evolving field. Before we take this lunch break, everybody, I do have the presentations AV by our partners that I'm going to play now for all of you. We have to resume the proceedings in half an hour, so it's going to be a half an hour lunch break. But I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all our speakers and attendees as we finish the first half of today's program for their active participation. We've covered a lot of ground with insightful discussions and valuable takeaways. Now it's time to recharge and enjoy the lunch. But before that, here's a presentation AV by our partners.
With Amazon Ads, it's never been easier to engage customers while they're doing what they love. Our solutions help you build meaningful connections with customers wherever they spend time. Plan your ads with our billions of unique browsing, shopping, and streaming signals to understand your audience better and discover new ones. Our creative solutions help businesses of all types and sizes bring their story to life. From building ad creative using our simple tools to developing custom brand experiences. Amazon is seamlessly integrated in customers' everyday lives. From our brand-safe channels to thousands of apps and websites around the world. No matter the size or budget of your media plan, you can reach customers in key moments as they browse, stream, or shop with our omni-channel solutions. Measure your campaign success to better understand your investments and optimize them in real time. And leverage our insights-driven technology and programmatic solutions to help manage and grow your business. Amazon Ads. Ads that work as hard as you do.
सीधा सवाल जरूरी है ताकि आपसे जुड़े मुद्दे ना गोलमोल हो, ना जवाबदेही मुंह छिपाए। इसीलिए मैं पूछता रहता हूं सीधा सवाल, हर पक्ष की जानकारी और तथ्यों की पूरी तैयारी के साथ, ताकि मुद्दों की भीड़ में आप और आपका सीधा सवाल रहे आगे।
देखिए सीधा सवाल रोज शाम 7 बजे सिर्फ एबीपी न्यूज पर।
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will shortly begin with our post-lunch sessions, and I invite all our participants who are outside in the pre-function area to please come and take their seats. We will begin now with the post-lunch sessions. Thank you so much, and I request all of you who can hear me outside to kindly join us in the room and take seats. We will begin with our post-lunch sessions. Again, very significant sessions, ladies and gentlemen, so very unmissable as well. So I invite all of you to please be seated. And those of you who are already here with us, thank you so much for making it in time. And should you wish to call your friends, text them, call them, so that they can also be here and not miss any proceedings, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much once again. And a polite reminder to all of you to keep your mobile phones on silent. Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. May I invite you to please take seats. I invite all those of you who can hear me outside to quickly come and take seats in the room. I thank you very much. The doors are closed, as you can see, which means we have to begin. What a fantastic start it has been to this E4m D2C Revolution Summit and Awards. And I guess I have to say this is just the beginning. It's only going to get better from here. Many more meaningful conversations coming your way. I'd like to inform all of you once again that our hashtag today is E4m D2C 3.0, and it is also visible on your stage right when you look at the stage. And I do hope that you are keeping the buzz going on social media. Please do keep tweeting. Do not forget the hashtag. It is E4m D2C 3.0. Now, let me take a moment to acknowledge our partners. This event is presented by Amazon Ads. Drive reach that matters. Amazon Ads has billions of shopping, streaming, and browsing signals to help connect your brand with the right customers at the right time in brand-safe placements. And this event is powered by ABP News, Aapko Rakhe Aage. Our innovation partner is Swiggy, delivering happiness at your doorstep. The associate partner for this event is Footprint. Footprint, connecting brands, influencers, content, and campaigns. And Digitup, power to evolve. Let us now look at these very crisp presentations by our partners who have joined hands with India's biggest D2C conference and awards. Let's take a look at the partners AV.
With Amazon Ads, it's never been easier to engage customers while they're doing what they love. Our solutions help you build meaningful connections with customers wherever they spend time. Plan your ads with our billions of unique browsing, shopping, and streaming signals to understand your audience better and discover new ones. Our creative solutions help businesses of all types and sizes bring their story to life. From building ad creative using our simple tools to developing custom brand experiences. Amazon is seamlessly integrated in customers' everyday lives. From our brand-safe channels to thousands of apps and websites around the world. No matter the size or budget of your media plan, you can reach customers in key moments as they browse, stream, or shop with our omni-channel solutions. Measure your campaign success to better understand your investments and optimize them in real time. And leverage our insights-driven technology and programmatic solutions to help manage and grow your business. Amazon Ads. Ads that work as hard as you do.
सीधा सवाल जरूर
So those were our partners, ladies and gentlemen, and let us now continue with these post-lunch sessions. In the world of e-commerce, every second counts, and a seamless, fast and engaging customer experience is very key to converting browsers into buyers. So we'll now discover what it takes to create a site that not only attracts visitors but also converts them into loyal customers. To kick off our afternoon sessions, we're excited to welcome Mr. Amit Verma, founder and CEO of DigitUp. He's going to be sharing key optimization strategies for D2C sites in his talk From Browsing to Buying, Optimizing D2C Sites for Speed and Experience. Mr. Amit Verma.
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen. So, while they put the slides on the screen, today I'm going to talk about the user experience when a user or a visitor on the D2C websites is making a purchase. There are various aspects of user experience, how the user experience of opening a packaging, how the user experience in terms of the customer service, user experience of the product, etc., etc. So I'm mainly discussing just one aspect, how's the user experience, how to deal with that while a user is browsing on the website, and how to measure it, what are the important things, what's the data around it. Those are the aspects that I will address. So yeah, browsing to buying, optimizing D2C sites for speed and experience. Like I just said, in terms of user experience, I'm mainly focused on just one topic, so I will keep it very simple and gonna talk about some facts. So browsing starts, and then what happens? What's really going on when somebody is opening a website? For a customer, he's not seeing what's going behind the screen. There are many things are going on. So in terms of the website, the HTML, the CSS, the JavaScript, it all loads up. Your media, your assets, images, text, it all loads up to load the components, basically your widgets, your media files, creating sections of your pages, and then a web page renders. All of this process, while it is going on, takes some time. And then when it's finally loads up, a user starts to interact. It does the interaction by clicks, scrolls, and hovering. And once that interaction is active, then he's likely to go on the next pages, or he's going to leave the website. So when he goes to the next page, the same thing repeats again and again as he goes through various pages. And then further is that he exits the website. So with regard to this, there are various aspects of technology. I'm taking it in a very simplistic approach. There is a lot goes behind, and there are various jargons associated with it. For instance, content delivery networks, client-side rendering, server-side rendering, easy loading, lazy loading, eager loading, etc., etc. I'm not going to go into that, but at the end of the day, that user experience has to be turned into some measurable metrics. So what are those user experience metrics? These are developed by Google and launched in 2018, and they are part of the ranking criteria by Google in terms of the search. Hence, these are very important for the organic growth of the brand. As we heard today in various panel discussions, a lot of discussion around performance marketing and how it helps the brands to sell, selling on the marketplaces, etc., etc. So, end of the day, as Mr. Kannan, who started with the panel discussion today, he also said that at some point in time, you will see that the performance marketing is not working for you. So one thing that you have to make sure is always working for you is at least that your browsing experience is top notch and is working for you at all times. The user metrics for those are LCP, INP, and CLS. What is LCP? Is basically the largest contentful paint that appears on your website for the first time. INP is the measure of responsiveness for interaction, and CLS is a layout shift. In layman terms, LCP should load in 2.5 seconds is the first thing that you see. Now, the thing regarding LCP is, yes, 2.5 seconds, but during those 2.5 seconds also, how you display it has to be some measure of progress while that is going on. So if it is a blank screen, nothing is happening, most of the customer will drop out in the first 2.5 seconds still. So you need to have strategies for within those 2.5 seconds as well. So these are the metric. That means if it is more than 2.5 seconds, something is terribly wrong with your website. Similarly, measure of responsiveness. Now, obviously, you all use mobile, and we know when your mobile slows down, you do not like that experience. The same thing happens on a website. So in order to have instant-like experience, ideally, your INP or measure of responsiveness should be around 80 to 100 milliseconds. And CLS is a layout shift. So sometimes you're browsing the website, and when it is loading, suddenly see that there was no CTA over there, and suddenly a CTA appears while you clicked something which you don't intend to click, or some animation is happening and it is very janky. So that's the measurement of that. So these are the three measurements through which you can control the user experience on your web pages. So we did some data collection for D2C brands, for top 50 D2C brands by industry and page type. And if you look at it, though the benchmarks are 2.5 seconds, 200 milliseconds, and 0.1, you can see in various industry types, they're still well above those benchmark numbers. For electronics and electrical appliances, it's 3.7 seconds, INP is 403 seconds, so there is a lot of work to do. It requires that the brands are continuously measuring them, improving upon them, so it's not like you create a website and you launch it, and that one day you might have good LCP, INP, and CLS, but over the time again they are starting to decline. On the page type, interestingly, the product page where your sales is should happen, your LCP is 3.3 seconds for many of these brands. This is basically an average score, and INP is 340 and CLS is 0.16. That means there is a lot of work to do, and brands should improve upon these numbers. The visitor drop-off per page loading time. So 32% of your visitors have dropped if your page is still loading beyond 3 seconds. 3 seconds is like a magic number. I would like to take a off the topic discussion around it. I'm sure some of you must have seen over a traffic light that somebody is selling you a book or an item. Do you know how they sometimes come to you even though you haven't asked them? What they do is they look at your eyes, and if you're watching their product which is in their hands, they come to you. They have so many cars to reach out to, and they have to make a split-second decision who is going to purchase my product that is in my hand. It's very, very similar to that. They have few seconds to take that decision. Similarly, when a user is coming on a D2C website and he wants to make a purchase, he doesn't have much time. He's looking for his product, he wants to buy it, and he wants to leave. And of course, if he's browsing and he's just having a time to browse and gather information about your product, etc., at that time also he wants to keep clicking and move on to the next page and next page. The information he's gathering is at a very fast pace. So you can see that 32% of the visitors are dropping, and this is until 10th second. Basically, 80% of your visitors have dropped. Almost all of them have gone. I have seen personally with many brands that have interacted. It's very hard to explain that beyond 6 seconds, if you're doing a digital marketing advertisement and your page is loading at 5 seconds, 6 seconds, you're losing a lot of money in digital marketing as well. So that's another aspect of in terms of performance marketing also, you're not very efficient. If your page is loading, you're paying money to Google Ads or any other type of advertisement, and that page is loading where you want to have a purchase happening, and the page is loading beyond 3 seconds, then you're losing a lot of money, because through Google you have to pay for more impressions, and then you have the CTA, etc., etc. So your CTA scores can improve if these metrics can improve. Less than 3 seconds versus more than 3 seconds. So like I said, that in terms of the studies, it is also found that the number of page views for a visitor is around 5.42 compared to only 3.37 beyond 3 seconds. So that is between the fast page and a slow page. That makes a lot of difference in terms of purchasing. If the page, every interaction is happening as per the user experience metrics, then you're likely going to make more sales compared to a slower page. Yes, of course, it's important to have good content marketing, good product, all of that. So yes, that goes without saying that those aspects are important. But this is the fundamental that one needs to look at. Some of the metrics from published by Google. For instance, Vodafone improved LCP. They have 8% more sales because of that. iCook improved CLS by 15%. There was a 10% more ad revenue. Redbus, 192% domain ranking uplift in Colombia. What we did as an example, so in terms of the, we did a migration for Lipton Tea globally, where they were working on Adobe Experience Manager as their CMS. So the aspect that I would like to talk about on this slide is that a lot of brands would like to solve this challenge through technology. So they want to have the best technology in place and then assume that that technology will work for them to get the user experience they want in terms of the browsing. In this case, as you can see, that in 2021, Lipton Tea and its portfolio were using Adobe Experience Manager. Now that's the #1 CMS in the world, with its suites of other services like Adobe Analytics, etc., etc. Now I'm not saying Adobe as a product is bad, but the team that is working, the brand is not focusing on day-to-day basis, on monthly basis, weekly basis, on these user experience metrics. At that point in time, of course, we interacted with them and we brought a new microservices headless architecture for them. You can see the performance of these figures. These are real. And post that, over 2 years, they have a 50% jump in organic traffic. Another aspect of this is that while I'm saying, Google is marketing this aspect as for page ranking, for SEO, it doesn't work in an absolute fashion. What I mean is, by that is you have to look at your benchmark. So what kind of industry you are in. Within that industry, within your competitor scale, what kind of user experience metrics regarding browsing are currently there. You must target those user experience metric keeping your competitors in mind if you want to compete. So not necessarily if you're getting a green signal in terms of user experience, so that means you are getting less than 2.5 seconds, your INP is less than 200 milliseconds, your CLS is 0.1, that's still not enough, because everybody over the last couple of years has improved upon their site speed. So if everybody is improving, that doesn't mean just because you've got the green signal and you got the core vitals are passing, that means all is good. No, you have to still work upon it and continue to get better at site speed. So some of the discussion that happens is that we want to have a home page, we want to have big images, we want to have a lot of content on that, etc., etc. But once you start looking into these numbers, you will realize that it's not possible that you can do all of that while trying to achieve these kind of performance. So yeah, so what's the recommendation? So we should observe core vitals, basically user experience metric, as a benchmarking criteria rather than a ranking criteria. We should monitor and control user experience metrics on a continuous basis. we should ensure faster response. So look at these numbers literally and see where the problem is. Can we further reduce these numbers? So if your INP for a click of a burger button in your mobile screen is 200 milliseconds, then you must try for at least 80 to 100 milliseconds. Minimize website jank. So see if you're on a 3G network, try to browse your web page on a mobile and see if the experience is smooth, just like you have a top-end mobile and when you're browsing it's everything is great. Similarly, your website should be, and if there is a jank, you should investigate and find out why that is happening, and provide a visual feedback and perception of progress. So with that, I will conclude my slides. Hopefully this was helpful for everyone. So yeah, any questions? All right.
Thank you very much once again. Sir, I request you to kindly please be center stage is what I said, because we have to thank you. Mr. Akarsha KM, Director, 3P Monetization, Swiggy, may I invite you to please felicitate the presence of Mr. Amit Verma. Let's have a huge round of applause. That was a fantastic presentation indeed. Thank you so much for enlightening us. Thank you. And now we have a panel discussion, and this is a panel discussion on the young entrepreneurs of the D2C ecosystem. And before we begin, we'll quickly set the stage in order. So I'm just going to request organizers to help us set up the days. But in the meantime, I hope that you're tweeting. There are a lot of meaningful takeaways that we are gathering. We're all gathering from our eminent speakers. And I guess it will be nice if we can share that with the world using the hashtag we have, which is e4m D2C 3.0, which is to your right hand side on the stage, as you can see. Use that hashtag as much as you can across all your social media platforms. And that is how we will spread the message of this summit far and wide. It is a revolutionary summit, ladies and gentlemen, D2C Revolution Summit and Awards, right? So I'd really urge you to please spread the message, and we will set the days now for this very interesting and compelling panel discussion which is coming up, and it is themed The Young Entrepreneurs of the D2C Ecosystem. Now, very shortly, I will call our eminent panelists for this. We have Mr. Samayesh Khanna, co-founder Beanly, Mr. Vaibhav Makhija, co-founder WhatsApp Wellness, and Mr. Miss Harshita Kejriwal, co-founder Basil. These three panelists are going to be joining us shortly, and this is going to be a very compelling discussion. So I'd once again request all of you to please join us in, those of you who are still outside, in case you can hear me. And in this session, we're going to hear from these emerging leaders, and they are truly redefining the direct-to-consumer landscape. These trailblazers will share their groundbreaking strategies, their unique insights, and also the bold innovations that drive the future of D2C commerce. So, just give us a minute or two, ladies and gentlemen, and we will begin with this discussion. The stage is almost set, and we will start with the young entrepreneurs of D2C ecosystem. Thank you very much for quickly getting the days in order. All right, and we are almost set, ladies and gentlemen. No, we just need 4 chairs. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. So, may I say again that it's going to be an inspiring session. We're going to be inspired by the next generation of industry pioneers. So let's welcome our session chair on stage first, Shahneet Kaur, the senior correspondent of Exchange for Media. Let's welcome her, everyone. And I thank you for the applause. Thank you, Shahneet. Welcome again. And joining her on stage are going to be our eminent panelists, Samayesh Khanna, co-founder Beanly. Let's welcome him, everyone. Vaibhav Makhija, co-founder What's Up Wellness, and Ms. Harshita Kejriwal, co-founder Basil. Let's welcome. Thank you so much once again for joining us, panelists, and Harshita now joining us on stage. With that, Chenny, that's over to you.
Thank you so much. A first food for thought. I think हम सब ने at some age have thought of a business that we wanted to do, and at a young age we wanted to become an entrepreneur. Maybe most of us also thought कि नहीं हो पाएगा and shifted to a job later on. But we have people here on stage who were able to make their dream come true and made up successful businesses and are sitting here to share their insights today. So thank you so much for all three of you to be on stage with us. My first question, I'll dive right in, is I know that all three of you do not come from a business background, right? And what made you not follow through your typical doctor, engineer passion and go for an entrepreneurial journey? Maybe Vaibhav can start.
ये मैंने तो इंजीनियरिंग कर रखी है, उसके बाद जॉब की, उसके बाद ये किया है.
I mean, yeah, in the longer term, yeah.
यार इंजीनियरिंग करी बट वो वाली जॉब नहीं करी. सो आई डिड माय कंप्यूटर साइंस फ्रॉम DAV जलंधर एंड वहाँ पे इतनी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ वगैरह थी नहीं, मतलब जलंधर में बीइंग अ Tier 2 टाउन. सो यहाँ पे शिफ्ट किया, एक स्टार्टअप में काम करना शुरू किया, वहाँ से सीखा, देना जॉइन द मैन कंपनी, वहाँ D2C सीखा, ग्रोफर्स ज्वाइन किया. उसके बाद फिर होता रहा खुद ही, मतलब सोच रखा था करने, कब करने ये नहीं सोच रखा था, बट होता रहा तो करते रहे.
Okay, nice.
I think very similar. दोनों चीज़ें करी है, and then I realized that I didn't make a good engineer, and I didn't make someone who could diligently work very hard on something very micro, and फिर figured कि ठीक है अपने आप करते हैं.
Right. Harshita?
Very similar. I am also technically an engineer.
All engineers become entrepreneurs only. I think they should have it in their placement data now.
I think a lot of folks from IT do not end up doing engineering. So after that, like I clearly remember the first class at IIT, the professor walks in and he does a 1-hour lecture on the story of Kiran Mazumdar, and then ends the whole lecture by just one sentence that, do you want to be job creators or job seekers? So that really struck me very hard. So after that, whatever IIT could offer in terms of the clubs, Enactus, eCell, so joined that, and from there the journey started.
Wow, nice. I would love to know from you, Samyesh, first, since we were discussing this backstage. Has your age ever come in the way of your business dealings, be it your clients or something? Since a young age, being an entrepreneur is not an easy job. At least if you take yourself seriously, the other people may or may not. How's your experience been in that way?
Yeah, so we fortunately or unfortunately, for the very early part of our journey as entrepreneurs, this age was a factor, and we did cater very largely to hospitality and Horeca as a sector. If there's anybody from Horeca sitting here, a few years back, none of them took us very seriously when we walked up to them and said there were two kids who were looking to solve such a large full stack problem for a hotel. It was serious business, and our age was a very major factor when they felt that they didn't have the credibility or the backing to be able to furnish or fulfill or do this. I think it was sheer perseverance and grit, and we are where we are. We service over 100 hotels today, and hopefully age is not going to be a barrier going forward.
Vaibhav, anything on the same?
नहीं यार, I think starting में it was less of a factor of age, more of कि business छोटे scale नहीं है, लोग seriously नहीं लेते. I think with business scale हो जाते हैं तो seriously लेना पड़ता है, option नहीं रह जाते.
Right. Harshita, for you, have you faced this?
No, not for me as well. I think the nature of the business was not that we were dealing a B2B sales, it was more of B2C, so didn't felt
So the situation was different, right? But I would love to know, since you three are in three very different sectors, QSR, coffee, and wellness and health and nutrition. So how did you actually explore the right market and product fit for your business at that young age where you do not have a lot of exposure with, we see most of the entrepreneurs spending a lot of time with large FMCG brands and then maybe starting up a business. You don't have that on you. How do you understand the consumer, the right product fit, the right market fit? Vaibhav.
Yes, so I worked with the man company में भी used to sell beauty personal care, उसके बाद ग्रोफर्स में भी I used to sell beauty personal care, एक अलग वर्टिकल में काम कर रहा था. तो उसी का एक्सटेंशन देख के मतलब people were buying products, they were not happy with the results. हमने देखा कि सप्लीमेंट मतलब न्यूट्रिशन की वजह से भी ब्यूटी पे फ़र्क आता है, हेयर फॉल, स्किन पे, एंड न्यूट्रिशन ख़राब हो रही है. तो वो नेचुरल एक्सटेंशन बन गया कि कॉन्फिडेंस आया कि ये कर सकते हैं, कि लोगों ने ये यूज़ केस तो सॉल्व करना ही है, तो हम अगर ये करेंगे तो वो सप्लीमेंट से भी बेटर दिख सकते हैं. फिर बाकी यूज़ केस उसके बाद है, तो वो पिछली लर्निंग का ही एक्सटेंशन बन गया.
Samyesh, anything to add?
So I think not everybody, not all founders and entrepreneurs are as lucky as Weber. We don't find our solutions in the first go. At least we didn't. We started building coffee as a D2C first product, and along the journey, the learnings were there for us to learn. The only way to do this right is to keep listening to your customers, to keep looking at what you're building and figuring out when you find product market fit. I think for us, a year back or 8 months back, we guys realized that largest part of our revenue was coming in offline first, but we were constantly rebelling against the flow and trying to be an online first brand. So that we've changed that. We've taken the learnings from that, and yeah, we're now looking to be largely omni-channel.
Harshita?
So for us also, it's been quite a journey with a lot of pivots, keeping the vision constant. But before product market fit, I think one more dimension which is extremely important is founder market fit. So after leaving the job, the first of all, the motivation was very clear that बड़ा करना और health में कुछ करना है. Explore different markets, even explored healthcare market, but didn't found a founder market fit over there. And then finally pivoted to Basil, where could see कि ये similar problem I was facing while in consulting job, that was not finding good options to eat outside home at a good price. And so personal problem था, passion था, तो इसके अंदर कुछ बनाना था. But उसके अंदर भी बनाने में, once you have the vision very clear, but how to go about to make it actually work and make a business out of it is another thing, and a lot of pivots went there. So when we started as a cloud kitchen, but the business economics weren't working out. Then we pivoted to let's do robotics and a machine. Over there, R&D took a lot of time. Then we pivoted and started with the kiosk business. Over there also a split experiment was done, and we opened the kiosks in a residence, gym, office, university, hospital, and collected data, did a lot of customer sampling कि किस price पे कौन सा menu अच्छा चलता है. And it's a continuous process. Even now we have to do a lot with our menu engineering. It will never end. The major thing is the way we build the team so that this process of build, measure, learn is continuously happening in the team until you find the intersection of customer desirability, business viability, and operational feasibility.
Makes sense. Moving towards a more business strategy perspective, I would love to know, Vaibhav, from you, from the three of us, starting with Vaibhav. We know all D2C brands, majority of D2C brands start online and later go to offline. In your vision, offline versus online, where is the right balance? Where do you need to put more focus as a new D2C brand?
Yeah, I think for our category, we are very focused कि online ही रहेंगे. Till the time we say 3x our revenue from what it is right now, online रहेंगे. And मतलब GT heavy category नहीं है, हमारी modern trade heavy है थोड़ी, but with the coming of Blinkit, Swiggy, Zepto, MT का उतना रोल नहीं रह गया. So we will stay focused on online only. Supplements महंगे बेचते हैं तो offline में वैसे ही off take सस्ते का आता है, छोटे पैक का मतलब नहीं बनता है, क्योंकि if it takes 60 days to show result, does not make sense to sell a 15-day product. तो हमारा तो ये है, but for beauty personal care offline makes a lot of sense if you are playing in the mass category.
I think he's absolutely right. It's very specific to the category. It's very specific to your product, and what's most important is where does the customer accept you best. And for our category, we thought that ignoring the offline market was a mistake, and we're largely looking to build it with an omni-channel approach. We're looking to have offline as a very relevant market size and opportunity for us.
Harshita?
I think agree with the fact that it really depends on the kind of category you are building and where does your customer is, what occasion you are serving. So for us also, since it's a QSR chain, we are largely offline. And but we are building it more from the perspective of omni-channel, where we would be using Swiggy and Zomato to deliver as well.
Right. But I also feel that since you three belong to three very different categories, right? Now coffee as a category, Samyesh, has now become a very aspirational category for our generation specifically. We take it as earlier coffee used to be just an evening affair, but now going to Starbucks and probably putting up a selfie of being at Starbucks, that whole experience of premiumness is there. As a general trend, have you all three seen a rising trend of premiumization in your own specific sectors and markets? Can you explain further? Maybe Vaibhav and Samyesh?
यार हमारे में तो प्रीमियमाइजेशन है मतलब बट प्रीमियमाइजेशन जस्ट बाय प्राइस नहीं वी हैव टू डिलीवर द वैल्यू आल्सो सो हम मतलब जनरली वी सेल अराउंड 20-25% हायर देन व्हाट ए कॉम्पिटिटर सेल एट द सेलिंग प्राइस बट देन वी इंश्योर वी हैव बेटर इंग्रेडिएंट्स बेटर वैल्यू सो दैट वी आर एबल टू जस्टिफाई द प्राइजेस एंड उस पर वी सी गुड रिपीट्स आल्सो सो आई थिंक प्रीमियम कस्टमर में ये फ़ायदा है इफ़ यू डिलीवर द वैल्यू द रिपीट्स विल बी बेटर बट नॉट ऑन अ चीपर प्रोडक्ट
Samyesh?
I think it really depends on where you're building again, and you are the juncture at which we are as a country. We are going through premiumization. Now that premiumization could be something very, very different. Either you're already premiumizing a premiumized product, or how we see it is we are building in a mass premium category, but where we are premiumizing an experience for a customer is we are elevating them from their regular everyday tea to a more premium offering and getting them a coffee, or you're elevating your everyday at-home coffee and giving them something a little better. So premiumization, I think, also happens at different levels, and it really depends on how you view it.
Harshita, for you, I think the category itself, people moving towards a healthier and cleaner lifestyle is a move towards being charged a little premium price for the product that you sell. What do you think about the same?
No, I completely agree over here that there is a shift. If value is delivered, people are willing to pay. And we are also catering to that mass premium customer. And in this, the most important thing that becomes is the trust that you deliver. So it's not that you can say something, but your brand is doing something else. So even in our case, whatever we are building, the amount of transparency that we try to achieve with the customer is supremely important, and to create that kind of premiumization.
Right. I would like to come to the part of challenges, because of course the brands that you all three have are not very old. They are in the nascent stages, and some are maybe in the mid established of stage. What are the challenges? Top 3 challenges, maybe if you can give me in short, that you're facing, your business and facing in your specific segment of business.
Yeah, number one I think is hiring for us to get the right people. We are a lean team. मतलब we are still a 22 people team. Other brands are size in revenue are 50-60 people team. So हम lean रखते हैं तो वहाँ पे quality सही आना बहुत ज़रूरी है. पहला चैलेंज है. दूसरा I think customer acquisition cost सारे digital businesses के साथ एक issue है कि how do we optimize that. वो कर रहे हैं. थर्ड आई थिंक क्रैकिंग द प्रोडक्ट राइट कौन सी कैटेगरी में घुसे कौन सी कैटेगरी तेज स्केल होगी अगले 1 साल में 2 साल में 5 साल में वो सही करना है नहीं तो पैसा वर्किंग कैपिटल में फंस जाता है तो हमारे लिए तो ये 3 है.
I think talent pool and hiring is obviously a challenge for every one of us to find people who will be better than us at what we're doing, to get them to believe in our vision and to join in into the journey for the long term. That is a very, very large challenge. Luckily for us, defining our product and channel mix is not a challenge anymore. I think we are very, very well decided on the channels that we're going to be focusing on, and we are very decided on the fact that this is the product of choice and this is the category of choice that we're operating in. But therein we've seen a lot of challenges, operational challenges, new channels. Once we open out new challenges, figuring out the logistics of a new channel, then setting the unit economics of that channel, and then being able to scale it. So those are all 3 or 4 challenges that we face. Capital, working capital, all of that is, I think, a constant work in progress for every entrepreneur.
Harshita?
I think the first, given it's a QSR chain, the first metric that needs to be optimized is revenue per store. So you need to keep on thinking on if a customer is coming, how to increase AOV so that since it's a retail store, online nahi hai, so same customers ko you are catering. So how you can get more out of the same customer. So revenue per store is the metric, which boils down to menu engineering, which is the second thing that 100 rupee ka bhi item hai, 200 rupee ka bhi item hai, then like moving the customer from 100 to 200, how to go about it. So building that journey out. And lastly, I would say the biggest learning that has happened in the last 2 years of running Basil would be that initially I used to focus really on solving for what or making the action plans, but have realized that as a founder, our responsibility is to solve for who and getting right people, and they can solve for what. So right person at right position will solve all the challenges.
I think that was also my next question, which you've already answered. I'll move back to Samyesh and Vaibhav about this. One mantra, one funda that you think you should have known earlier, which you have learned, and now you would like to suggest to other young aspiring entrepreneurs. So I think her learning is that, to solve for who rather than what, and what are your two?
यार ऐसे कभी सोचा नहीं. आई थिंक प्रॉब्लम ही सॉल्व करते रह जाते हैं डेली बेसिस पे. बट आई थिंक व्हाट वी आर फॉर बिजनेस सी एज अ स्टैंडर्ड इज हाउ डीप ईच SKU कैन गो. जैसे हर्षिता ने कहा, दे लुक एट पर रेवेन्यू, पर स्टोर रेवेन्यू, वी लुक एट पर SKU रेवेन्यू. जो नया प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, क्या वो एक पर्टिकुलर रेवेन्यू के ऊपर जा पा रहा है. मतलब वी लॉन्च 3 प्रोडक्ट्स लास्ट मंथ. मतलब ये 3.5-year-old कंपनी. पिछले महीने तक हम 7 SKU पे ही थे. मतलब पीपल डू 40-50 प्रोडक्ट्स इन 3 years. सो हर SKU को डीप लेके जाते हैं ताकि कैश ऑप्टिमाइज रहे. SKU अपना प्रोडक्ट का ही पहचान हो मार्केट में एंड उसकी डिमांड हो, तो उसी को ट्रैक करते हैं, उसी के लिए सारा एक्टिविटी करते हैं.
I think from the last 4 years, the 1 or 2 things that I would change in my journey would be I'm a very deep micromanager. I micromanage every task that everybody would do in office. In hindsight,
You're a horrible boss for sure. Your employees hate you.
I actually don't let anybody do what they're doing totally. I probably finish it for them. So I'm.
Okay. Then it's a blessing.
Yeah, it may be.
तभी हायरिंग मुश्किल हो रही है.
बिल्कुल. So I would change that. I think I would change that about myself. I would let go. We're not going to achieve perfection overnight, I think, and you need to accept that as soon as possible and look for the next best alternative. It's horrible saying it. I don't want to hear myself saying this also, but it is the truth. You have to look at the next best alternative.
Right. As we inch towards the end, I want to finish this on a fun note. One movie title that you think defines your entrepreneurial journey the best, Vaibhav.
Can I define his?
No, your own. Okay, we'd love to know your suggestion also, but later. First, Vaibhav, let him give his own.
यार आई थिंक धमाल. पता है क्या कहाँ पहुँचना है, बट उसमें कोई ना कोई चैलेंज आता रहता है, लगे रहते हैं उसी में.
Samyesh, what is your suggestion for his journey that you volunteered for?
I'll say that for something that we discussed backstage. But I think, what can I say? Maybe Dil Chahta Hai. I think it defines this.
Harshita?
Zindagi na milegi dobara. Like, keep having fun.
Right, perfect, makes sense. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for staying with us all through the session. We hope we were insightful about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chainit, for that wonderful conversation and bringing the best out of this young panel. Please stay with us on stage just for a bit. I'd like to request Shaurya Itikat, Mr. Shaurya Itikat, lead strategist Hector AI, to please join us on stage and felicitate our panelists. Thank them with small tokens of our gratitude. We start with Vaibhav Makhija, co-founder WhatsApp Wellness. Samyesh Khanna, co-founder Beanly. And Harshita Kejriwal, co-founder Basil. And thank you once again, Shani, for there's a memento for you also. Should you wish to take it up? All right. There'll be a group photograph with all the panelists. So, Shani, you will have to be a part of that as well. So, I'd request all of you to please take center stage. So, that was an exciting session, ladies and gentlemen. We can tweet about it. And yes, thank you for that applause. And should you wish to tweet about it, You know where the hashtag is on the stage. On your stage right, you see hashtag e4m D2C 3.0. Please spread the message from this session and the other sessions far and wide using your social media platforms. And we are almost set for our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a panel discussion also. And in this panel discussion, we asked the question, are there any parameters to define a winning strategy, especially when it comes to D2C brands? And if yes, what are the secrets of building a winning D2C strategy in India? We're going to find answers to these very questions and more in our upcoming panel discussion. The next panel discussion is on the topic, building a winning D2C strategy. Now please join me in welcoming our session chair, Ms. Tasmai Roy, Editor Exchange for Media. Let's welcome her, everyone. May I invite our panelists, Ms. Drishti Anand, co-founder Let's Dress Up. Let's welcome her, everyone. And I invite Mr. Vidit Jain, co-founder Kind Life. So welcome panelists. And with that, it is now over to the editor of Exchange for Media, Ms. Tasmai Roy, to please moderate this.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Vidit. Thank you, Drishti, for joining us on this chat. We'll just keep it conversational, try to learn more about your brands. And there are a lot of brands such as yourself who are here, a lot of founders. So all the insights you share will be amazing. So to start with, I would like to learn a little bit about your journey. If you can tell me a little bit about where this started, where you are right now, and if there is any key milestones that you have achieved that you want to talk about and highlight.
So we are also a COVID baby. When COVID happened, we realized the importance of self-care. We are building a well-being and healthy platform called Kind Life. It has two aspects to it. One is commerce. So we try having all the brands which are toxin-free in nature. Broadly, there are three categories: in the body, on the body, and around the body. In the body is functional food and beverages, nutraceuticals, supplements. And on the body is BPC, hair care, skin care, makeup, cosmetics. And around the body is things like home essential, mom and baby care product. And then we have a second aspect to it, which is community. What we realize is there were a lot of conversations which were happening on social media around well-being, self-care, but those were all one-way conversations which were happening. And brands were talking to the customers directly, but customers were not able to interact them back. So that's how we thought of building a community along with the e-commerce angle to it. When we started in 2022 of January, that was our first month. The journey has been really, really good and a lot of ups and downs for sure. But when we started, it was more about Indian brands, Indian D2C. But over the period of time, we realized that Korean beauty is doing really good in India. And we are very proud that we are one of the largest and most loved when it comes to Korean beauty in India. And we have been able to get around 80 brands right now in India with respect to Korean beauty. So it's been 2.5 years to us, good journey. And our key milestones will be that we just raised our Series A round.
Absolutely. And with it would be interesting to understand, while you have Korean beauty as a major attraction on your platform, beauty and wellness has been one space that has been emerging and growing ever since COVID happened, right? And we learned and appreciated to take care of ourselves. So, and there are a lot of brands in this space. So what is that mantra, if I may call it so, to stand out, that your customers come to you and not the others who have similar offerings?
I think you have to be true to yourself and true to the customers on what you are offering to the end user. Our mantra has been very clear that we are building for Gen Z. And when it comes to Gen Z, they are both value conscious and value driven. So whatever they apply or use, consume for their body, they are very, very, they ensure that whatever goes, it's absolutely correct, right? So our mantra has been that we have been building something for Gen Z.
Sure. Thank you. Very insightful. Drishti, same question to you, and I would have the same follow-up about, clothes also, where you cater to your audience, is something that we have a lot of options on, right? Every other day we have a new platform coming up with clothes offerings. So one is help us understand a little bit about your journey, and two is how do you stand out?
Thanks, Tasmai. Hello, everyone. Post-lunch session, I know. But let's go back to today morning, and how many of you were thinking about what do I wear to this session this morning? Like, or to wherever we go. Like, can I have a raise of hands? Like, मैं आज क्या पहनूं? Yeah, I know, yeah. So most of us think that, and that's how I got the idea of Let's Dress Up, of how important dressing up is to each one of us. Not to forget that it's more for women, right? So I am Dr. Drishti Anand. So yes, I am a doctor turned entrepreneur and a fashion entrepreneur. So that's been my journey in one line. So when I faced the hassle of finding the right fit in the right style for myself, that's when I kind of ventured into this space, because at Let's Dress Up, for me and my team, we are true believers of the power of dressing up, of the confidence it instills in you, especially women when dressed up right. And that's how I kind of entered into the venture of building Let's Dress Up, also called as LDU, wherein we are building the most inclusive fashion company for women of Bharat. I say Bharat not because I'm a Modi fan, but because Bharat is actually the mainland of India where we have the maximum population staying, not just the first 8 to 10 metro cities or so. And by inclusive, I mean for all, from sizes, be it extra small to 8XL, and you will find these sizes never out of stock, and they would be available across all styles, across a similar price range. So there is no so-called fat tax. And therefore, we are building on the core principles of inclusivity, wherein we want to take everybody, empower every woman in any nook and corner of the country, and also inclusivity, like I said. So that's been my journey today. We have, today, 19 September, LDU celebrates its 5th birthday, actually. So my team is waiting there with a cake, but thank you. We have almost served, around more than 1 lakh consumers, covering absolutely D2C, covering more than 7,000 pin codes across country. So that, I think, is one of the milestones I have achieved. That's a bit about LDU and myself. Talking about your second part of the question is, how do we stand out? I think in one word, I would say, if you're building a business, be it anything, if you have to stand out, your focus is very important. And at no time, you can afford to lose that focus. And there are many brands, अभी ये नहीं चल रहा तो ठीक है, men's wear कर लेते हैं, ये नहीं चल रहा तो kids wear कर लेते हैं, ये नहीं चल रहा तो accessories कर लेते हैं. So you spread yourselves so thin that ultimately you lose focus on where am I supposed to channelize my energy. So I think we have always been very, very focused. That is number one. And secondly, fashion में जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. So be very aware, put your ears very close to the ground of what your consumers are actually looking for. And if you can create a deja vu moment for the consumers when they look at your product, well, I don't think there's anything stopping you from growing.
Awesome. I will come back to you with another follow-up question. First of all, happy half decade to your brand.
Thank you.
And you spoke about customers and understanding their pain points, catering to them. So where does this discovery happen? How do you as a brand, acquire customers, and not just acquire them, make them stay? How do you build that brand loyalty?
So I think when it comes to consumers, I always stress upon one fact is about staying very close to them and knowing what's going on in their mind, irrespective of what I like, irrespective of what my designers would like to launch next. It's important to know their needs. So when we talk about, this balance of what the consumers like and what you want to make, I would say on the consumer side, it's very important to have a continuous feedback loop. Now this feedback loop for us, would run between zero-party data, which is data which you get directly from the consumers, you have data from your website, which is your first party data, and then third party data. It's absolutely open out there. It just depends on how beautifully you can use that to, you know, nurture insights and inculcate in your building, in your innovation. And at the second hand, on the second side, when you're trying to build certain products, agility is very important. You need to know that, especially in a category of fashion where today something is trending and, you know, next month something else, you should be agile enough to introduce, innovate, iterate very, very fast.
Sure.
And I think that is one way of making customers come back to you, because if you're a woman yourself, when we go out shopping, I've usually heard women around and also, कुछ और नहीं है, भैया कुछ नया दिखा दो. You show them 100 colors, they say, और color नहीं है. So that is the insight which has come, that you always want to see something new, right? So at LDU, we have designed our system in such a way that we launch new products every week. So that's one of the channels to acquire customers and also to retain them, because whenever they come on to your website to you or they meet you on your social media, they have something new. तो आपको कभी ना कभी अपने लिए कुछ ना कुछ तो मिलेगा ही. So that is how you maintain this cycle of acquiring them and then obviously retaining them. Retaining customers, I would also add 2 points. One is product quality and your service to the consumers, because most of us, if you look at a new brand on social media, which is the so-called 99% discovery happening on social media, you would first like to go and check out कि ये सही है भी कि नहीं है, is it a fraud, मेरे साथ मेरा पैसे तो नहीं चले जाएंगे. I mean, we sitting in Delhi NCR might also not think so much, but imagine a woman sitting in a tier 2, tier 3 city, she would be super skeptical about what this brand is all about. So thereby building a credibility, keeping your product quality very high, and also offering a service which they can never forget will help you retain them.
Great. And picking up from that, product quality, service, something new. How would you add to that?
I think customer delight is the most important thing when it comes to any service company or a product company. So at our end, what we are trying to do is we have built a lot of AI tools to handle customer support. Earlier, we used to have a team of 10 people who used to listen to all the complaints. Now, what we have done is we have automated a lot of things using AI. And secondary, whatever. So in our case, we source all the products directly from the brands. And then we make sure that the end user gets the authentic product and there are no high copy or fakes happening. So that's how we kind of maintain the trust of the end user in our products.
Right. Coming back to you, Drishti, again building on the same point, you were talking about something new, about what consumers want, So that's what I want to understand. Where is the balance between innovation, feedback, and creating new products for your consumers? And what is the metrics that you use internally at your brand to gauge the success of this innovation or this new product launches that you keep having? Because you mentioned, coming up with something new is the essence of it. So how is the measurability there?
So I think key metrics which we kind of identify or we kind of keep a track very closely, one is NPS, that is the Net Promoter Score. So we capture it at every level. So there are transactional NPS, which means while you're shopping on a website, which is absolutely transactional. You don't know me, I don't know you, but how was your experience on the website? Then you go on to other service, which are also transactional NPS, wherein things related to delivery. And then you have the actual relationship NPS, when the actual product reaches you, when your actual service reaches you. So we kind of track that at every level, at every product level, to identify where there are crests and troughs and where we need to make that changes. That is a very important metric. Secondly, return rates are very important. How many consumers? So basically, you could track it in the form of monthly retention rate, which is how many consumers come back to you, buy again, and on the long run, to actually see LTV to CAC is one of the most reliable parameters. So those two parameters we actually see. Return rates are very, very high in terms of fashion. I would proudly say I have a return rate less than 4%. And that is primarily because, we have the ability to iterate very, very fast. And this is what is the answer to your first question of how do you balance between the consumer demand and what you can produce. If you have a supply chain which is agile, you can definitely bring changes in it. And that is what, fashion is all about these days, to bring newer things to people. It may not work. That is all right. But you should have the capability of rectifying that as soon as possible. And it's not going to hurt your pocket, your bank balance or anything. So being agile is very, very important.
Vidit, I will come to you with the same question, but with a little bit of tweak. As a consumer myself, I know return rate on beauty is high. Some onion, some garlic, some ingredient, somewhere has worked for me, and I want that brand. So I think that is a little bit taken care of. But for beauty, again, experimenting is a thing, right? If I'm using one brand for the past 5 years, I might not be open to trying a new brand, which might be better, but I do not know about it, right? So help us understand rather, how is the acquisition happening, getting new customers on board?
So we very early in our life cycle realized that Meta and Google will kill you when it comes to CAC. So what we have done is we have created a pool of 5,000 influencers. These are nano micro influencers which we work with. What we have done from our end is that we have created a dashboard for them where we share all the products, upcoming brands, deal offers with them, and they can create their own store content using AI as a tool on our platform. So they act as a brand ambassador, and the good part with them is that they are nano micro influencers with sub 10,000 followers on their social media handle, but they have a very large community on a WhatsApp or on a Telegram or on any other channel. So let's say if I kind of say some product to my friend, recommend some products to my friend, they are more inclined to buy it, right? And same case is with these nano micro influencers, wherein when they pitch a product to their user, they are more inclined or more they kind of get converted better than what other influencers does for us. Secondly, what we also realized that because people have been in the earlier days, content was not available for everyone, right? Reliance Jio basically has made sure that internet is with everyone in India. So people are very aware of what is happening around the world. So they are very, very up to speed or up to date what trends are there, what is happening in the market. So we also try to work with our influencers and be up to date with the trends and brands and products. So we keep offering them new brands/products. And with Gen Z, what they have started doing is that now earlier there used to be 2-3 products, right? Red lipstick hota tha, या एक oil होता था, एक cream होता था, Fair and Lovely. But now people have started doing 5-step morning routine, 7-step night routine, right? And then what they've started doing is there is no one brand which will fit into 5-step routine. There will be multiple brands and multiple products, right? So which kind of helps us for also to give more options to the end user.
Give us an honest answer. Do we need a 5-step routine or sirf moisturizer se chalega?
So I personally don't do any 5-step routine, but there are people who kind of follows it, and it is working for them.
Right. With that, Drishti, I would come to you with an interesting question that we have been discussing with a lot of emerging brands, new brands. At what point in your journey do you start working on building branding, brand awareness, your brand recall? And how does it balance with, working on your ROI? Where do you set the right balance, and at what point in your journey did you personally start working on building a brand?
Day one.
Okay.
So I think all of us kind of, like even your question suggests that there's a particular time when we have to kind of start कि आज मैं branding कर रही हूँ या कर रहा हूँ. But it doesn't happen like this. Brand for me is an emotion to connect and how it flows on to your audience, and it will start flowing from day one. So we need to be very careful about what the communication is to your target audience from day one itself. And when it comes to a question like when do you actually start branding is day one, but when do you actually start increasing your spends to actively start branding is another question. that totally depends on your on how healthy your unit economics are, to be very honest. But I think it starts from day one. And there are certain aspects of branding, your product, your proposition, and your product quality, and how it is placed. So for me, if that product and proposition are very right, the communication is the same across channels, right? Branding is done from day one. And वो ROI में है, वो ROI में नहीं है, उस समय starting में आपको पता नहीं चलेगा. But eventually, after 2 years when you talk to your consumers, then you come to know that yes, I have left an impression there on their minds, that they remember this name. So it's a very crude example coming to my mind. I walked into a family gathering, a new gathering, new side of people I had to see, and they say, अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, आपका वो brand है जिसमें एक hanger है. So I was shocked. I mean, I didn't even think about branding at the time I designed this logo, but it's now imprisoned in their, you know, on their minds that, okay, there's a hanger in the brand, and that's how it goes. So it starts from day one. So eventually, whatever you're communicating, whatever you are putting forward, you need to start thinking that this is going to be from day one, and the ROI is going to be significantly higher 5 to 10 years down the line. That's when you kind of build key, you know, that customer brings that, comes back to your website or your social media, or, you know, you kind of bump into them in some market. So that's the beauty of branding.
With the same question to you, did your branding also start on day one, or
So I
where
think
did this begin?
I totally agree with Drishti that branding starts from day zero, right? When we think of the name of the company, which will go out to the end user, when we design the logo. So even before the website or the retail shop is being made, the logo of the company or the name of the company has been decided. So it starts from there. But to add on to that, I think it also depends on the life cycle of the company or the brand where they are. Whatever communication we do at any point or at any channel, branding is an integral part of it. But if you have to scale from, let's say, 1 to 2, then we might not spend a lot of money on branding. But if you have to scale from 1 to 10, then branding should be the core, which will take you to 10.
Perfect. And you know, brand stories can go on forever, but our time is up. And I'll just ask one closing question. Start with you, Drishti. In the next 2 years, where do you see your brands, and what are the milestones that you're looking to achieve?
I see every woman wearing Let's Dress Up and feeling absolutely comfortable in my outfits, and I challenge you all, you would be buying them soon. All the women out here, not men, or maybe men for their better halves. So basically, we want to be the go-to destination for comfortable fashion, so that any woman in any size and any style gets to wear her confidence at a very, very affordable price. That's what we achieve to be in the next 2 years, and the name Let's Dress Up to be remembered for that particular thing, if that answers your question.
Perfect. With you.
So in next 2 years, we want to own Korean culture and Japanese culture in India. So we want to be known for whatever Korean fashion, beauty, skincare brands. If anyone wants to buy anything Korean, it has to be us.
Perfect. So next 2 years, we are coming back in your clothes and with Korean glass skin. Sure. Perfect. Thank you so much, Vidit. Thank you so much, Drishti, for this amazing session.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
And thank you very much, Ms. Roy, for steering that wonderful conversation. We request the panelists to stay here with us, and I'm going to invite Mr. Bharat Khandelwal, CEO of Nimbus Post. Mr. Bharat Khandelwal, I request you to kindly join us on stage and felicitate our panelists, starting with the lady, Dr. Drishti Anand, co-founder Let's Dress Up. I know that post-lunch sessions are usually also called dead sessions, but let's just bring some life. Let's muster a round of applause for our panelists and also try to wake up everybody. And Mr. Vidit Jain, co-founder Kind Life, let's thank him as well, everyone. And we're going to need a photo opportunity of you, Mr. Bharat, Ms. Tasmai, and our panelists, Dr. Drishti and Mr. Vidit. Just a photo up for our photographers here. I think it has been an absolutely engaging session. I thank you for the applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm pretty sure that we've all learned a thing or two about building a winning strategy for D2C brands. Now, it is now time to move on to D2C 3.0. When you look stage right, on the stage you see the hashtag very clearly. We invite you to live tweet about this event. You can also post your pictures, you can spread the message from the event. But all that you do on your social media platforms, we request you to also use the hashtag with it. Now, I would say I'm sure we've answered a lot of your questions when it comes to building a D2C brand in India, but that is not all. For an industry of such scale that is expanding day to day, there is always so much new to learn. So are you ready for the next session, everybody? Yes? All right. Is everyone here? I've been apprised that the panelists are all here, ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, which is building successful D2C brands. And our panelists in this session are going to explore the importance of finding the right brand story, cracking the sales channels that work, and how to keep bringing customers back for more. For the building successful
believe that a founder that is focusing on repeat in the early days is the founder we want to back, as opposed to a founder that says let's go after a very large top of the funnel. The reason I emphasize on repeat is because it is through repeat that you get to know what your next set of products will be. It is through repeat that you get to know how you can reduce your cost of acquisition. And it is through repeat you can cement your brand being the thought leader or the potential thought leaders in the space. The second is obsession over what they're solving for. I think I repeat this, and I got great founders like Sid over here who've just obsessed over the problem statement, obsessed over quality, obsessed over what they want to build, building a legacy of a brand. I think any brand owner out here is building beyond themselves. So do you have that innate obsession? And then the third fundamental point for us really is, at Huddle, we've refrained from seeing, is there a tailwind? Now that's a very anti-venture capital thought process. When we backed companies across some of the segments I mentioned, there weren't playbooks. But what we often look at is, why can this playbook be built through the founder and through us? So we really evaluate ourselves as well, and I'll sort of pause here because I would love to hear, Vivek, Sid, you and Aditya.
Vivek, sir.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you guys for having me over. I am Vivek. I run the private equity fund at Incred Capital. We are a AIF2 category fund, domestic capital, and I've been doing private market deals for almost now 20 years. Have had the privilege of being with some really A-star founders, brands like Lenskart, Delivery, Licious, Express Bees, and many others, right? I guess really, the question is very simple, but the answer is quite complicated, right? There is no one single thing that we look for when we invest into a company. I mean, there honestly hazard things, right? Many things. But ultimately, I guess everything else being equal, or leaving everything else aside, right? It's ultimately the guy who's running the business that we take the biggest bet on. Now if you ask me, there is really no science to it. If it were, things were very simple, but it's not that easy. So just before coming into this room, I was actually on a phone call, and we are about to sign on a deal. Now this is a company which has been running for 40 years. They are doing turnover of almost 1200 crores, EBITDA of 100 crores. Everything that you could, typically think that, okay, the basics are in place, right? Third generation running the company. But in my 20 years of experience, I've realized that there comes a point of time where you can do every check possibly, right? But you will never be able to do 100%. You'll get, I'm not sure how many of you are science students, but there's a principle called Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, that beyond a certain level, science will just fail, right? So you can do 60% diligence, 70% diligence, but the remaining 30% is where the devil lies, and you really cannot overpower that. So ultimately, what I told my team before stepping into the room, did you find conviction in his voice? Did you see conviction in his eyes? Everything else, we will not be able to know beyond 12 months. He himself will not know. If I were to ask any of you, go back just 15 months of your life, tell me Instamart or Zepto or Blinkit will take your life away. None of you could have even, vouched for that, right? But today quick commerce is killing literally every form of commerce. I mean, not killing, but changing in a way, right? But things happen. And this is not the last time disruption has happened. It will happen. So the point is, founders will know, but they will have a vision for 10 years, but the visibility will not be more than 10 months or 12 months. So we as investors, we borrow that vision, but unfortunately we borrow that visibility also. So what do? You take a punt on that guy. Boss, kar loge ki nahi karoge? Ultimately it's that only. I can give you many other things that we look for. Obviously the gross margins, the TAM, those checks will do. But ultimately it will boil down to this single factor, at least as far as I am concerned. And I guess we come in at a stage where, the likes of Huddle have done their hard work. They have paid their dues, did all the hard work, bringing the companies up to a certain level where people like me can come in and give them that extra leg. So my job is much easier than his. But still we all struggle. And the point is that at the time that I come in, most of the time companies are generally profitable, have reached a certain size and scale. So things will generally be okay in terms of business traction. It's the guy that we really take the bet on. I don't know whether I answered it.
No, I think
but
you said it. You've said it very, very well. You've taken a lot of moving parts away from the actual decision making. That eventually it only comes down to the founder and the conviction that you're able to see all moving parts being the same. No, thank you, Aditya.
Thanks again for having me here. Always a pleasure to catch up with friends old and new. I think, yeah, I'm the same guy who works equally hard with Sanil to make sure Vivek's job is easier. But technically, I think, yes, I run a fund called FAR Capital. We are a $40 million SEBI-registered Category 1 fund, investing in, again, early stage startups from different sectors. So consumer is, of course, one of the core sectors. But apart from that, EV and other areas also we have significantly touched. Yeah, made almost, in fact, last few weeks back, made my 100th investment. So we have passed the 100, now on to the double 100, on to the second innings.
And he's all of 27, by the way, huh?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deep. So I think I'll add another point, another flavor to it, which just goes on to prove the point that there are a lot of things I think we look at while evaluating the founder. But technically, I think two things that we majorly look at, what we internally call as PE, right? Not price to equity, but problem and ethos, right? Going to the first fundamental thing, I think, is solving the problem, right? That is what entrepreneurs are made for solving a genuine problem. So no matter whatever the sector, the core problem needs to be solved, right? Eventually in the long run. And if you are able to do it successfully, I believe you are a great founder and you will continue to, of course, do well for yourself and for the investor. So that is the first boring and basic thing that we look at, start from the problem. I think second thing that we look at in these days, which where kind of consolidation is happening in pretty much every space. So from a consumer perspective, we look at what are the fundamentals of this whole category creation journey. Is it a +1 or is it a plus infinity altogether, which goes on to support with multiple other products, brands, categories, verticals. So then we look at how you are approaching brand building, right? Because eventually, in fact, me, Deep and Sanil were having this conversation before also, that we live in such a time where content is driving commerce and they are not two interdependent fields. In fact, content is pretty much driving everywhere. And even in venture capital industry, last 3-4 years, I've sit back and of course focused on brand building through content also. And what I've realized is how you approach your brand in terms of what is identifying what is your target market and how would you eventually reach them and continue to serve them, right? Content through newsletters or through different social media channels, through podcast, right? Through a lot of new other verticals. I think we also look at that whether this founder is a great marketer also, right? Because if they are not able to do that, then they might be solving the problem, but the TAM might not increase with time. So that's what we look at.
Thank you, sir. Siddhant, sir, you run a great brand. What would you say takes to create a fantastic brand like Libas? And some more words of wisdom for guys who want to start a startup or who are in their early stage. What are the key takeaways that you think we should absolutely focus on in early stage?
See, I think I'll just share my journey because I think that's all I know about how to build a brand, because I've tried to use every possible science that I knew of to build this. But honestly, actually, I'll start from the beginning. Like I had one failed startup early, and then that's when I realized that how to start a business, because starting a business and starting a brand are completely two opposite things, right? Because when I started my first startup, I wanted to build a brand. That's the idea that I started the first company with, that, I want to build a brand. Without realizing that before you build a brand, building a brand is a process, right? It's not a 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, not even a 50 year. It's a 100-year process that you kind of have to continue to put efforts towards. But the first part is the most important, because you have to realize that before you build a brand, you have to be a seller first. You need to understand, you have to think from a point of view of a salesperson, that what I'm going to sell, how comfortably I will be able to sell it, which market should I go and sell that product in, and what are the gaps in the market that I need to fill where there will be immediate demand, right? So those are the things that I learned after my first failed startup, that I straight on went on to trying to build a brand, because when you try to do that, all your efforts go in talking about the brand, building the brand, and you actually tend to lose track of what is the product, do people even need it, is there a gap in the market or not. So that's what I did. So when I started Libas, the idea was, of course I'll build a brand eventually, but I need first proof of concept. So no matter what you're selling or whatever you want, whatever category you want to build a brand in, you should know what the market is, what the market size is, what are the gaps in the market, and most importantly, where do you market your product. So that's how I started. Once I cracked that, and I realized within a few months that, product is doing well, people are buying it, and I've cracked the right market, because I was in e-commerce first brands, right? And we thrive only on repeats. So, and I realized that I have a product which people are buying regularly, almost on a monthly or a alternate month basis, right? So that was a good sign. So that's how the journey started, and then since then, brand obsession started, right? And building a brand is not easy, because you're actually it's an evolution where you're actually building a brand amongst two different consumers. One who's actually bought from you and you want him to come again to you, and the other set of consumer, which is even more difficult, who has never heard of you and probably you want him to come for the first time, right? So we scaled these two things separately, and we said that we need strategies for this separately, because today, as important as it is to get a new consumer, it is even more important to make sure that your existing consumer keeps coming back to you. So how they look at a brand is very important, right? And they don't look at it in the same way, because we've taken so many customer feedbacks. The person who's never heard of the brands takes marketing of a particular brand very differently from somebody who's actually experienced our product, our brand, our store, our online system. So we created, that's why we're very, very strong on retention, to kind of make sure, and we actually focus more on building aspiration for our current consumer, so that he should feel that. Because what happens normally in the case of fashion is that people want to keep upgrading. Today maybe they can, they want a certain brand, but they have certain higher aspiration for another, and they want to move that ladder, right? And for us, it's very important that we make sure that they feel that aspiration towards our brand and not look at other brands to do that. So that's how we've kind of segregated these two strategies, and effectively following these two particular strategies very differently. And has worked so far for us, yeah.
Okay, what is your experience of the whole world that exists around fundraising? Like your experience of fundraising, your view on it, how important it is for anybody with an idea to just have funding on day zero, or when is the right time to raise the money?
See, this is the most common question that I hear almost on a weekly basis from new startups, new guys who are starting their new business, or probably ones who've done it for 2-3 years. And the answer is pretty standardized as per my thought process. I feel that firstly you need to understand that are you creating a category or you're actually entering into an existing category. My firm belief is when you're actually entering into an existing category, you don't need money on day one. Because if you do that, then you will not be disciplined throughout your journey. You will not understand the hustle of working without money. That's why we've seen, right, since this whole funding winter that we call it has started, people who started with money on day one, they never had the discipline. They did not know that, that they did not know the idea that on a 500 rupee product you can actually make 150 or 100 rupees, because they never did that, right? They never started with their discipline. But in an existing category, especially common categories like apparel, beauty, where there are hundreds of brands, your proof of concept has to be on day one. You cannot say that I will make money 6 months later. I would completely understand that for a new category, because you have to educate the customer, you have to build a completely new market. But for categories that are existing, I think money, external fundraising, and that's how I did it. So we were bootstrapped up till 550 crores of revenue. So we've done that completely bootstrapped in 9 years. I raised funds majorly when I realized that I need to go online to offline, and I don't want to spend another 10 years accelerating. I wanted to accelerate the business basically. I opened 5 stores, realized that offline business is working for me. Now I need to another 200, but I don't want to do it slowly over the next 10 years. I want to do it in 2 years. And I think funding should be used to accelerate in categories like ours, and not on day one. And for new categories, I feel that it may or may not be the right choice, but but still, at least when you know that you have to create a new category, you'll have to spend some money. So that's my thought process about how funding should be.
But then did you have money from your earlier startup which you could use in this business? Because the question will be that, you know, I'm planning to enter a category which is very cluttered. Now, how do I get consumers to, you know, to discover me? From where do I get that money? So as a founder, what would be your advice to the guys who, let's say, are entering into a cluttered category, do not have their own money also, and how can they go about this experience?
See, honestly, these days, I mean, I started when startup was a very new word, right? Today, there are so many opportunities, there are so many grants, there are so many government opportunities, so many banks, so many, you know, I think a lot of early stage debt capital or maybe, you know, savings. I feel that there are certain ways and you don't need a lot of money, right? I did not use the money from the first startup. What I used was the existing inventory from my first startup to kind of scale the second one, because when I started Libas, it was purely from the idea of liquidating that and think if it's working or not. So I mean, it was a fluke that it worked, that I mean, I carried on, but I think there are a lot of other ways to raise money today. And for a cluttered category, even if you say raise through these grants 20, 30, 10, 40 lakhs, I mean, that should be enough for you to make some products and go out. Even if you have to go out on the road and sell the product, that's enough to kind of understand whether people are wanting your product or not. So,
spoken like a true founder. How many of us are running a startup or want to run a startup in the audience? Okay, we still have a few hands. So the question now to VC, so my request to all of you guys is, you know, there's money on the table and there's a founder who's done it. I'm in the process, I run a female hygiene brand. So if there are any questions, please keep them handy, because the idea is not to give gyan which might not be relevant for all of you in one go. So please do keep your questions ready, would be helpful. So now to the investor side of the table. What are your strict like red signs when you evaluate a pitch? Great TAM, great everything. What are the few things which you will say, yeah, this is an absolute no-go for me? So if for the ones who are into the business, these are absolute no-goes. Please avoid this at all costs.
I think just before that, I'll just double click on what Sid was saying. I think a lot of founders need to recognize that when we say capital raising, they think equity first, and equity is a very expensive product, if I may put it that way. It's very expensive to raise because it comes with a lot of responsibilities. It also, and I might be, you know, shooting us in the foot only by saying it, but it's very important to...
I just realized that actually, that I'm sitting right next to me. I'm actually eating up their business by saying that.
Funny that we started by saying that we started the job discussion and then you were talking, threatening.
I didn't realize. So sharing my journey.
Yeah, no, but it's very important to be... I really appreciate what Sid said, because you have to be very careful about when you raise, who you raise from. And simply speaking, because capital raising by the end of it means that in the order of capital being earned now, your liquidation is actually potentially the least. And I think I always say this out loud because people need to recognize that. And therefore now you're still the founder, you're still the brand owner, but now you're working collectively with a very different capital structure in place. So I completely, and building brands also, again to the point that Sid mentioned, even if you can help build 10 sales, 20 sales, something that gives you enough data to then go raise capital, then do it. Capital has to accelerate your learnings. Come with some learnings, even if they're something that you don't want to do. But coming to your question, I think it actually stems with this point. I evaluate the reason of the capital. Like what is the capital really going to do for the founders? Because we come in so early. Because we backed founders when they were naming their startups, backing them sometimes in their Series A where their learning curve will change. What is that capital really fundamentally going to do for you? Rather than being able to answer what I do, so I don't believe in pitches to begin with, actually. I love seeing a deck, but I want to meet my potential founders in person. I like seeing how they're evaluating us. Because let's be clear, there is enough and plenty of capital out there. There today is Huddle Ventures sitting here, and then there are many other funds like us. who are better than us in many areas, and maybe we're better than them in others. But there's enough and plenty of capital. So I want to see, why does that founder want our capital? How are they, because I want to see how protective they are to them. And what I really evaluate, I've been a brand owner myself, our job is to ensure that every employee is making money. So I want to see how are they, you're in building your family. Sure, that family comes at a price. So I evaluate that a lot. And lastly, and this is a learning, this is a life lesson, please judge, and to what Aditya said, ethos is very important, culture is very important, principles are very important. These are 8-10 year journeys that we get into, and hopefully more with the founders. So how are they changing when they are pitching, quote unquote? How are they changing when pen to paper is taking place? Please gauge, and to exactly what you were saying, Vivek, it's so important to see is there conviction, is there clarity, and is there consistency? So I gauge these things, and then the deck by the end of it is, merely words by the end of it.
What teases you off?
It's very hard to do that. I
we'll
think I cheese people off easier than that. No, but I think what gets me, what really, I think impatience is the enemy for any founder, any fund. So if they're impatient, then there has to be something for it. That's not the smell of aroma. Something is burning.
Vivek, what do you think?
Well, we, evaluate the red flags, right? Which so we have a 4 sort of parameter. It's a very soft elements, and we call it IQ, EQ, RQ, and HQ.
Wow.
I don't know how many of you will actually get the sense of it, but I'll still go anyway. So IQ, we don't mean intelligence. I believe, honestly, all of us are equally intelligent. It's just about initiative and gumption, which separates the best from the rest. So integrity is what I mean by I. Whenever we do a deal, because I don't come at the stage which, hard work is being done by both of them. So by the time I come in, there are already like 3-4 stellar investors inside. And my job makes me sort of reach out to, or any founder that I've backed so far, right? I will either know the founder or the leadership team or any board member or somebody who's really up and close with the company, right, in some form and fashion, कि यार क्या view है, वो you can read all decks, DD reports, वो सब ठीक है, but ultimately what the market perceives that person to be, on an aggregate basis, what are the feedback from the community. So integrity is number 1. If there is even the slightest bit of question on that, we just pull out, just no questions. Second is EQ, standard emotional, but we measure it by how many people have been entrenched with the founder for the last X years. If there are 15 leadership team members and you have lost already 5 of them in the last 3 years, generally thoda iffy, generally. Then comes RQ, which is our way of measuring restlessness. How much on the edge of the seat the guy is, how hungry is he or she, right? How much money has he taken off the table when I'm coming in? By way of salaries, by way of dividends, by way of share sale. How much is he taking in this round? And one very very simple rule of thumb that I apply to a company, if this company is doing 100 CR of revenue, are you raising more than 100 CR? Anybody who comes up to me, I'm doing 20 crore revenue, I'm raising 20 crore, I say, yeah, boss, not in one go. Let's do it tranche-wise. Many companies will die because of indigestion, then lack of capital, as they say, right? So that's a standard way. Don't overfeed them, and then they start throwing up. And lastly is HQ, which is our definition of humility. How much does a guy know that what he does not know? Does he have an appreciation that you will not know everything? Are you willing to listen to us? We obviously also will not know everything, but we'll try and help you. But you have to be prepared to listen to me. If you don't respect me, my money, then generally not.
Very well said. Quite a structure. Aditya sir?
I think Vivek has covered the structural element of it, and Sanil has covered the behavioral element of it as well. And now I'm wondering, of course, what to cover more. But I think I'll start with this classical quote, right? That founders are looking for 1,000 green flags to impress an investor, but an investor is looking for one red flag to say no to the founder, right? So no matter how many red flags we might make off, there might be a couple of things which might be non-negotiable, right? Couple of things are still, I think, negotiable, where let's say a founder maybe did not know the answer entirely to, let's say, a question on exit, or did not know the answer, let's say, entirety on a question of certain TAM calculation. That's still, I think, negotiable, right? So I just wanted to say that no founder is that way perfect. All of us are of work in progress, right? So are the investors also. So you don't have, whenever you start you should be your true self while you're fundraising, right? When we talk about humility question, right, as Vivek said, I think there is a certain humility question from the investor side also, right, where we believe in the journeys of founders and we have dedicated our lives in a way, right, and our capital to, of course, support your journeys. And if you guys become successful, then eventually we become successful. So our successful criteria is you guys becoming successful. So I think that, and second thing I want, in fact, I always say that nowadays is because markets are getting competitive, right? Although capital is plenty available, but so has the consumption of that capital also increased with time, right? And if you look at, it's a more than 10-year, 20-year journey, but there would be a lot of micro journeys in between, right? Of 1 or 2 years which decide the fate of startup eventually, right? And when you go for fundraising, a lot of founders, what they do is they talk about plain vanilla terms in fundraising. I have a deck, I have a financials, this is what I want to raise, this is my valuation. That's it, right? 4 simple steps and your fundraising discussion is done. But I specifically don't like such kind of discussions because here there is no rational or context to the investor. Why does this capital is even required? There is no context into what would be the runway after this capital. Till at what point of time you would start going in the market and raise another capital, and would the numbers that you will be hitting at that point of time when you are running almost out of capital, would that match with the market valuation that is there, and would the coinciding happen so that you get the right valuation and the right capital also, and you don't end up over diluting. So I always tell that whenever you are raising capital, if a founder does not have a back-end plan ready in terms of what is the allocation of that capital, right? What is the, I'm not saying that make it to the finest core, but there should be certain estimation that, okay, this is the capital where I'll spend this much money every month, and these are the scenarios that I want to achieve, right? This is the top line that I want to hit, so that by the time I go ahead and raise capital, right, maybe at NX valuation, my revenue should be at that level, so I get the right kind of multiple, and I don't end up over diluting or don't end up doing a down round also, right? So always have that plan ready. In fact, discuss this with your investor so that in case there are any mistakes or white spaces in between, that gets covered. So yes, you should prepare that beyond a pitch deck and a financials, right? Because financials are just projections. I specifically don't like projections a lot because all of it is just estimations, right? I like hard written numbers which have a hard written context behind it. So always have that plan ready. Yeah.
Awesome. Sid, because you raised money, and of course raising money is as good as getting married to the investor, you know, it's a relationship. Did you have a wish list? Did you have an antithesis on the kind of investors you would not raise from, or whoever came in, you said, fair enough, let me just get the money in?
No, honestly, it was never about the money. So we've been a profitable business since day one, right? So I was not hungry for money. I wanted an investor who's, so basically I had 2 clear visions. That first was, I want to kind of scale up my offline retail journey because that was new for us. Any insight on that front would be helpful, right? So we wanted to actually look at investors who've done that in the past, in the last 5, 6, 7 years. That was one. Second is that we wish to do an IPO over the next 3.5 years. So we also wanted to do meet investors who've done that with brands successfully, entered at the stage that we were at. And I was I made a list of 3 investors, and I was like, I'm only going to talk to these 3, and I don't even want to go else. If they reject me, then I'll actually go out and in the market and see. So I had a very like particular stringent wish list, and the bankers that I was working with, I told them, "Yeah, I'll do whatever, but I'll make sure that I want to get it from these guys." And thankfully, it took time, but I was able to convince them and show them the vision that I had around the brand. And that was the idea. So I mean, it took time, but it was not that difficult. Because I think my vision was clear, and they understood it, that because today the biggest challenge in a category like ours is it's so cluttered that most brands are not able to differentiate from other brands, right? And if you're able to convince your investors that in a cluttered field, you have a moat, I mean, I think that's the biggest selling point, because they don't care about sales, because fashion brand sales go like this, like, it's like a uphill, downhill kind of a journey. If one season collection is good, you go up. If one season collection is bad, you go down, right? So what inventory levels I have, what sales are happening, of course it's important, but that's secondary. First, for anybody to be interested in a cluttered category like ours, you have to show them that, this is what I'm doing differently. This is how I look at fashion differently, and this is something that has not happened in the past. And I think I was comfortably able to convince them, and hence, I think they understood my vision.
Great job. Questions, guys, because we have last 5-6 minutes left. So, yeah, of course, there's a hand. Yes.
Only questions, no checks, please.
Yeah. They're all carrying their checkbooks, huh? Now, of course, Sid also invests.
A little bit here and there.
Hi, this is Agnim from Amritam. My question is, what's your exit strategy like, and has it changed after the whole funding winter? Because as much as I know, and we've been in the industry for a while to understand this, and have had a good founder circle to sort of help us learn from their journey. Has it changed your strategy? Like how before VCs would push startups to scale rapidly at the cost of profitability. Now, what is your exit strategy like? Are you looking for long-term partnership or like a easy, quick exit?
That's a googly bros for three of you.
That's for me.
Who is it for?
Investors.
That's for the investors. Sid
Ask
is not
this
looking
question.
for
You are reversing.
I'm not
massive
exiting.
Has your exit strategy changed?
I think this question has to be viewed differently per venture that we back. It can't be looked at as a fund. I can't look at the entire portfolio, and I personally don't believe that you can put the pressure of one founder due to the pressures of the other founders not performing. So every company has to be viewed as though it is the only company in the fund. That's always been the methodology of us investing. Has our thought process of exit changed? No, I'd be lying if I had an answer of it being the same or it changing, and I'll tell you why I'm being so candid with you. I think first and foremost, how early we like to come in, you have to let the company hit the course of when does momentum really begin. Now, what does that mean? That means there is something that you know that definitely doesn't work, and then there's some things you know that definitely do work. After that, do we start really looking at what is the real TAM, what is the real momentum, what is the ceiling of this company? There are certain ventures of ours that after our check don't necessarily need capital. Now, I know that's very anti-VC, but I love those ventures because I think those are businesses. There's a very different definition between a venture and a business. So I think it's important to not put the pressure on the founders early on about where the exit's going to come. It's very unfair. Neither us or them have a magic 8-ball. In the early days, a founder will take 18 to 24 months sometimes to figure it out. And I think an investor's job is not to play the investor during that time, but to play the role of an enabler. After a while though, I think we all have a fiduciary duty to return capital and more to our investors. And that's when we start looking at upstream investors who can take over the journey. And I'll tell you a last point, something that hurts me a lot as a investor who loves backing brands. We sometimes will be a part of journeys not as long as we want to be. And that is actually, if we do that, that's actually a bittersweet success for me. That's reached a stage where I have to exit, or I have seen exits, but now their journey is going to continue and just be a household name. So your question was damn good, and it's definitely made us sweat a lot, but it's not a standard answer.
Does one answer cut it? Otherwise, I have to more to answer. Sit.
I mean, thank you, Sanil. If it's okay for Vivek and
So let's see if
Aditya.
you have any other question. Otherwise, we'll just invest 2 more minutes on this. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, but I think Asha, there are no more questions, so I think this guy can continue. Have you tipped off everybody to not ask questions so that you can ask yours? Okay.
No, I think then we are done. Thank you. Do you have a question? Nothing, sorry. Okay, so thank you so much, all of you, for making this. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, let's hear it, and I'd request our eminent panel to please stay with us. Thank you, Mr. Bajaj, for bringing the best out of this panel as well. I think it was a very, very important panel, many compelling insights in this panel, building successful D2C brands. I'm going to invite Mr. Prateek Kumar Bansal, who's the Director of Business Strategy at Adders Labs, to kindly join us on stage and thank our eminent panelists. Help us thank our eminent panelists with mementos. Can we please bring the tokens on stage? We can begin with Mr. Sanil Sachar, partner, Huddle Ventures. Let's have a round of applause, everybody. Come on, let's wake up. Yeah, Mr. Vivek Singla, managing partner and CIO, private equity, Incred Capital. Thank you for the applause, ladies and gents. Mr. Aditya Arora, Chief Executive Officer, FARD Network Private Limited. And Mr. Siddhant Keshwani, Founder and CEO, Libas. Yes, thank you for that applause. And finally, to our moderator, Mr. Deep Bajaj, Founder, Sirona. Thank you so much, Mr. Prateek Kumar Bansal, for doing the honors. I request you, sir, to stay with us on stage for a photo opportunity with our panelists. May I invite you to please give us that photo opportunity. Thank you very much to you once again. I think that was truly a very engaging conversation, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are indeed honored to have already in our midst our eminent keynote speaker, who I'm going to be inviting as soon as we clear the stage. So we're going to just clear the dais very, very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. But this is a session, the keynote session, that you cannot miss at all, because we have in our midst right now Mr. T. Koshi, Managing Director and CEO of ONDC. That's right. And I know that we're all waiting to hear from him. He is here in our midst, and he's going to be gracing the stage shortly. Just allow us a minute or two to just clear this dais, maybe under a minute now. But don't forget to keep tweeting using the hashtag we have, and the hashtag can be found on stage right. So before we call our keynote speaker, I have some partner AVs for you to play. Let's take a look at them.
With Amazon Ads, it's never been easier to engage customers while they're doing what they love. Our solutions help you build meaningful connections with customers wherever they spend time. Plan your ads with our billions of unique browsing, shopping, and streaming signals to understand your audience better and discover new ones. Our creative solutions help businesses of all types and sizes bring their story to life. From building ad creative using our simple tools to developing custom brand experiences. Amazon is seamlessly integrated in customers' everyday lives. from our brand safe channels to thousands of apps and websites around the world. No matter the size or budget of your media plan, you can reach customers in key moments as they browse, stream, or shop with our omni-channel solutions. Measure your campaign success to better understand your investments and optimize them in real time. And leverage our insights-driven technology and programmatic solutions to help manage and grow your business. Amazon Ads. Ads that work as hard as you do.
So we thank our partners once again. And now thank you for the applause. Do not hesitate. Thank you. Well, for the final session of the day, we are diving into a game-changing topic, unlocking the potential of an open digital commerce ecosystem, the ONDC revolution and Bharat's D2C landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our final speaker of the day. We're honored to welcome Mr. T. Koshi, Managing Director and CEO of ONDC. Let's welcome him to the podium, everybody. Welcome, sir.
Good evening and thanks. I understand this is sort of the final session and most of you are tired hearing lots of unders the whole day. And so let me just try to make a quick session on what I want to share with you. I'm sure that some of you would have either heard from me or my colleagues the evangelizing idea of open network for quite some time. The last one and a half years we had been doing that. So I'm not going to again tell you the concept. So today, just now, what I'm going to do is from concept to case study. Case study in the context of D2C, because you are all D2C champions. So that's where I'm going to do, and just say that, and do some crystal gazing of how this is going to sort of change the landscape of digital commerce, and particularly what's going to be the impact for the D2C brands like you are. So before I go into, let me just give you a quick update of where we are. In 2023 January is when we made our presence felt to a larger audience, or a larger public in Bangalore in few pin codes. That time we had, because finally it's not a platform, it's a network. It means that it moves only if there are some buyers and some sellers coming on their own volition and making themselves visible in the network. So in that month we had something like 500 merchants who are sort of convincing their friends and relatives to do some transaction and see that it works. So altogether we had a princely number of 1,200 transactions in January 23 in Bangalore, few pin codes. But the good thing is that we have moved quite a lot forward. We started with, like I said, 500 merchants, 1,200 transactions, and this month we will do about 13.5 million transactions with about 7 lakh merchants. So it's been growing that way exponentially. Like last year, this time it was about 2 million, this time it's about 13.5 million, which means that we're talking something like about just short of 500,000 transactions every day, which is still a tip of the iceberg, but it has started becoming something like a meaningful number compared to the digital commerce independent platforms, like whether it is in food or whether it is in consumer. I mean, still not as big, not anywhere near, but meaningful size. And in some of the towns, in some of the segments, like some of the towns like Bangalore, in some segments we have even reached 15-20% market share, which I think is a decent achievement in the 12 months, not 12 to 18 months. So let me just try to focus on how this could. Let's try to look from the lens of a D2C business. See, the way I understand D2C business, the key things for is that D2C means, in my first impression, I'm stereotyping, may not be the best thing, is that they are innovators. They have something unique to sell. And they are not big established players with a huge pocket. They have a huge idea. They have more things between their ears than in their pockets. Okay. So that's how I see them. Of course, there are exceptions every year. Some of them have very, very deep pockets. They make this idea and they said that get the produce and we want to create, first thing is what? Once I have a product, I need to create access to market. Established players has strong distribution channel, very powerful logistics, optimum logistics, etc. to take their products to all their customers across the country or internationally. But early or even mid-sized D2C firms cannot afford to think in the same kind of stuff. So the first thing that we think about is a market access. So market access, there are two ways. One is build up your own website, portal, e-commerce site, Shopify sites, or whatever it is there. That is one, of course. But then it becomes, getting customers used to this unique, individual websites or portals, not so easy. Retention, consumer acquisition become very, very expensive, and people's ability to retain also, like even if like something like me or any of us sitting here, we are so used to a standard platform's name because that's what you hear everything. I may know some of the very interesting product, but I don't know, hey, what's a website name? Or let me just Google it and find out, and those kind of stuff. So these are all areas of resistance. It's holding back. That's one challenge. Second challenge is like I said, the biggest challenge is the logistics cost. So if you are not a very big guy, established logistics player want to give you a very special deal. And if you want to have a pretty, so if you are small, it's practically impossible to get a deal. You get at the retail price, which is significantly high. Not only that, you will need, for efficiency and seamless movement, you also need technical integration, legal integration, commercial, all of them. Procedure has to be agreed, contract has to be finalized. You need to have an API call or whatever is a legal integration with the logistics provider site and so on and so forth. That's the next challenge. So the option, and the third one is like, even if you need to have some bulk transfers to a location and then make loose delivery in that place. Essentially, you need warehousing. There again, same thing. It's practically, if you are from Tumkur, and how do I find out who's the best warehouse provider in Delhi? Unless I come, talk to people and figure it out. And there again, unless you have a decent site, nobody want to talk to you. So these becomes a challenge. So that's why you have, like either said, you have the deep pockets to invest in all of them, or you give somebody who's like an end-to-end provider. Okay, at a certain it comes at a price, and it's at a certain amount of freedom being sacrificed in building your brand, in building your terms and condition, in getting your customer data, regular customer data, to have a visibility for the demand of the products like yours coming in. To have warehousing as a service, to have logistics being tied up, all of them comes at a significant price. And even your reputation is what you built is within a platform. Let's say that if you're not in a platform, all the reputational history is also gone. So all this become a challenge. So that's why the idea of an open network that can be a very, very powerful solution for you. So one, like I said, I'm sure that you would have heard conceptual presentations, number of them. So let me give you a very specific case study what I have observed in the last 15 months. See, when we started this open network, open network is enabled for every domain. So, but we said we'll start with some of the very difficult domains, which essentially was grocery and food. In fact, my colleagues were saying that how can you even think about daring into start selling, food delivery, because that's something that has to happen within 1 hour, half an hour preferably. Somebody is hungry making an order and cannot delay for 1 day, half a day, and it cannot get spoiled and so on and so forth. So it was a difficult segment to have. There again, if you look at practically in a strict sense, if you look at food is a D2C business. Especially ready cooked food. Unless you are a very well established large player, like with a national chain, like all the names I use are reference like Domino's or McDonald's or something. If you are a good Chinese food maker in Chandni Chowk, you don't have a similar kind of influence to buy you logistics or anything from any of the established player or integration. So even demand, how many people will run Gupta stores, Gupta Chinese stores on website, and how is he going to publicize it? So that's where we said let's try to bring this idea of an open network. So we convinced, we had an early adopter like a startup like Growth Falcon, and a small sized platform like Magic Pin coming and say, hey, we believe in this and we are going to let's work on this together. And one good thing about these people, the way they looked at was, they said, this will succeed only if as a community we succeed. Not by, in a very platform-centric world, say that only I want to succeed. Whether the community is succeeding as making a movement is not the normal thing for a platform-centric world. We said, let's try to create this one. And so, in fact, some of those individual players started creating SDK to work in an open network and give it to others and say, hey, you also go and set up this shop, either a buyer application or seller application in the ONDC network. Let there be more community get built up. So few hundred, and it started showing its results. While the early person who came practically between the 1 or 2 people had 99% of market share. Today, they have much smaller 30% market share, but not that their volume came down. In fact, their volume went 8 to 10 times. So the idea of a community made a big difference. And the second item that made a huge impact, like I said today, food alone, this month there will be more than 2 million transactions. Last year this time it might have been 200,000 transactions. What made a big difference? He said, can we have the building blocks of commerce. What is the bigger, one of the very, very critical building block for, the Chinese Gupta stores making Chinese khana in Chandni Chowk is logistics. Either छोटू को भेजेगा कहाँ तक, कितना छोटू को भेजेगा, how many छोटू will be available, ठीक है थोड़ा, or how do you make the visibility, how many places. So that's why I said when the network collectively is a Paytm and the PhonePe and Ola and Dainik Jagran, all of the people are saying that we have some digital consumers, I'll make our consumers visible to these Gupta stores. So Gupta doesn't have to now go and tie up. Let's say earlier if Gupta had to be visible in PhonePe and in Paytm and in Dainik Jagran and in Ola and in Tata New, first of all, nobody will even be interested in them. Secondly, it would have been very, very expensive. Now with one single integration that he has done in ONDC protocol, he is now visible to everybody. In fact, it sort of, because we started first and we sort of encourage that, today all the new entrants, the buying application, many of the new entrants into the ONDC network are starting with the food. Hey, these guys seem to have got things cracked, and that's how from 200,000 last year this time to 2 million this time food has sort of grown. So, so that means market access, one, at very, very competitive price. Second thing is logistics as a service, without any separate integration. So we were talking to many of the logistics service provider. Ola took a lead. In fact, in a way, I was quite surprised and happy that Ola took the lead and came, because in the other segment we did was mobility, which was directly in the competition of the business. But they said we believe in the idea of an open network. While it is coming directly in competition to my ride-hailing business, but I believe that this is how it is going to broaden. So, and he said that I'm not going to do, when I'm going my EV logistics, which is very competitive, I'm not going to go and do any deal with, I'm not going to go and do a deal with, let's say, Domino's or Magic Pen or Swiggy or Zomato or anything. I'm going to say that I'm going to make a network-wide offer, a very competitive offer. So, even if you are a Gupta store in Chandni Chowk selling Chinese khana, he can get the same price as almost what Domino's can get. And that too, there is no need of separate legal contracts, separate digital integration, nothing. There is a logistics buyer application available. Either if you have a digitally enabled, you can integrate them together. Otherwise, you can, just like you go and say, I want pizza, I say, I want logistics. I want it from Chandni Chowk to Green Park. I want to deliver it to Koshi's house. And I want it at, so he gets the same price offer. And when that became available, it is only for hyperlocal that it became available, and started with few towns and it's increased. So it became, suddenly the logistics cost in the open network became as competitive or more competitive than even some of the large platforms can offer. So that's what second element that really helped us to grow. In fact, I'm in the hyperlocal logistics, it has grown so, like for example, when we launched that only in April, there are a few hundred transactions every day. It is today, it's about 70 to 75,000 transactions happen purely buying logistics. From grocery shop, from food stores, all of them. Because they're getting it very, very competitive. So the idea, otherwise, even a logistics, where more people are coming in, because earlier, if I am setting up a logistics operations, I would have to go and find big customers whom I can convince, hey, you're using delivery. I'm just saying all the names are just for fun, the reference. Or you're using ShipRocket, but why don't you use mine? They say, why? Why should I take the headache of integrating? You're such a new guy, no relevance. You become big, competitive that time. Whereas now there is no such need. Make himself visible to a logistics seller application. Because that's finally, it's nothing but a service. So what's the vision of ONDC? Any product or service which is catalogable should be made available on the network using the ONDC protocol. Just like today everybody has a website using HTTP. Website is only for discovery. Here it is discovery and commerce. Contract and orders, all of them. So now that it is available as a service, it can be anywhere be bought. There are two interesting developments. Everything is happening in the last 2-3 months. There are two interesting developments that I want to share. One, He said today when I said about 75,000 hyperlocal transactions do happen in the ONDC network, it's not just for the people who bought stuff in the ONDC product at all, ONDC network at all. It's somebody who, at least about 10% of it is somebody just buying logistics. It's like somebody got an order to deliver something, not in the ONDC network, but he doesn't have like a Chotu at home, Chotu at the shop. He's just buying this as a service, and that's growing. That is very interesting development. Second is, without again giving the names, some of the established players, because everybody has their own times of surplus and deficit. We are all familiar with the idea of grid in the electricity. When I have surplus, I can throw it to the network. When I have shortage, I can buy from the network. Same idea is happening in logistics just now. There are some very established players say that I can throw it on a network as supply when I have capacity extra. Want to take it, take it. If I have shortage, I'll buy from you. And in fact, like I said, now some of the people who buy logistics as a service in the network are the people who are doing other platforms at all, which is fine. Because the idea is create this open network. So this has become a big opener. Now I am saying that the same things are applicable in D2C. That's why I just took this particularly as an example for the food for you. And another couple of things which I am sure in the next couple of months I can sort of reassure you, like hyperlocal logistics has come as a service on there. Even intracity is already there, but has not yet picked up that kind of volume because there are more people. In the next couple of months, you will see some of the fantastic offers on intercity, non-hyperlocal logistics being available. I'm sure that is going to be a really something great for the D2C people. And secondly, even warehouse as a service, from fully automated. There again, I'm sure that you saw the announcement by Ola, which they said they will launch by February, maybe sometime in the next few months. Even a pallet-sized capacity that I can buy. For now, imagine the guy from Tumkur who's got some, special clothing to sell into Delhi, and find that I'm just jokingly saying that he says that Onam time I want to get some Onam special for all the Mallus in Delhi. I'll only remember Mallu because I'm a Mallu. So say that today, he doesn't even know where the warehouse to go. Now if you imagine that he can just log in and say, I want 2 pallet size to store something for 2 weeks. That's it. Because I'm going to give one bulk order, and I'm getting the logistics as a service to unpack, package it, and deliver it into the in South Delhi market during that Onam season. That's it. My ambition is not to create a national Veshti brand. The thing is, I want to take advantage of that opportunity. I'm just giving a very small example. So all this is possible because you are trying to build the building blocks of commerce, and that is what the open network will come. So and this is something that I'm sure that is going to make a big difference to you guys, because today, I understand because any D2C brand, these are all what I hear, the market intelligence and my friends who are in the same business telling me, is like anywhere between 30 to 50% is their cost of digital commerce, in terms of commissions, in terms of advertising, in terms of logistics and all of together. At the same time, your ability to build your brand also gets your brand is restricted to that walled garden. You're not across. So now imagine that there is significant saving because of the unbundled nature, because you are able to have significant saving in the cost of doing business in this one, and the saving that you can do can go into building your own brand. You become free to build your own brand, your own reputation. You have the data of the demand for the product, because whenever I'm saying this demand for a shirt from Green Park is there, is that broadcast to all the shirt producers. So they all know that there is a demand for a shirt. They don't know Koshi is asking for it, but that will come to know when Koshi makes an order to Gupta ji. Gupta ji will know Koshi is the one who's buying, because it has to deliver. It's not hidden anywhere. So you get to see the demand, you get to see the full client details. You have your own reputation that is being built, which is independent of the platform. You are visible to all the all the buyers coming from all buyer applications. You can make your own QR code and publish it to everybody. Say that use any of this QR code or deep links in digital commerce, etc. Social media and Facebook and Instagram everywhere saying that just scan this QR code using any ONDC platform, just like you scan for payment. Say that either phone pay, you don't care. Say that, scan it, that's all. You don't care what the other guy has. He can have phone pay, he can have Paytm. So here, similarly, the universal code that we just launched last month can make these kind of tools in your hand. So these are the, I'm sure that just like we saw the, the explosion that happens in food in the last few months, we will see the similar kind of thing in D2C. In fact, we are already seeing some of the D2C brands who have sort of taken this effort to create their own demand generation and make these things available. I can see pretty decent volume that is happening in not just the food, but from fashion to electronic and so on and so forth. So this is the change in paradigm that I want to share with you, and I'm sure that this will sort of titillate your interest and start taking serious interest, and because that's the way the commerce is going to change. And I welcome all of you to be a part of it. You can either be the early adopter and benefit from it, or wait for everybody else to join. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was indeed a very, very enlightening session. I request you to stay with us on stage, and I invite, but there is a question. Can we take one question, sir, if that's all right? Yes. Can we have the microphone presented to that gentleman? Please identify yourself and pose your question. Can we have one more mic for Mr. Koshi here?
More light on this, how this is going to work, and especially in wake of, I think there was some recent action by the government of India on virtual addresses, GST filing. Now, warehouse is a subject that will come under different states, so if you're offering that in multiple cities, so is ONDC also looking at simplifying that whole process, or maybe, one centralized number that can use in different things?
Can we have this switched on, please?
Yeah,
No, that's just being launched. Okay. So, and there again, we are not the one who's going to launch. It's the beauty of the network.
You will allow plugins.
Is that different people will
Yeah.
make it available.
Yeah, got that.
Okay. And whatever fine tuning that is needed with respect to a fair transactional policies is something that will help them to make it happen. So, today also, if you really look at warehouses available all across, even we are working with the Warehousing Association, Society, etc. So we will try to make sure that if you ask me exactly whether I know how the legal change is going to, I don't know. But I'm saying it's different entities who are doing, today making it available, now will make it available as a network wide.
So am I accurate in understanding that you said it is going to be launched in a couple of months?
Not us. Some people have told us that they're going to launch it.
Okay. Sir, another question / suggestion is, is ONDC already doing anything about it, or is it planning to, or otherwise can you work on something on, testing certifications and compliance?
ONDC.
Yeah, means since you are putting together this, ecosystem.
Yeah, so that's true. Actually, what we have done is...
Sir, just to qualify on question, that again is an emerging requirement for so many, D2C
certifying
brands.
to become part of the ONDC network. Is
Yeah,
that what
just go and pick
No,
one.
I agree with you. So what we, 2-3 things we are working on. One is that we are trying to create SDKs, okay, as from technology service provider. If you remember, sir, since you also have grey hair like I have, I'm sure, you remember good old days when we wanted to have a website to be made. I remember when I made the first website with some 15-20 pages.
I'll move this, sir.
First 15-20 pages I paid, and early 90s I paid some 7.5-8 lakh rupees. I'm sure that the youngsters will be laughing because the high school kid will make that for you today. Because of the standard protocol.
True.
So, and again like WordPress, and there are so many. So there are already many technology service providers coming to give componentized one. When we are making it available. Second thing, like what you very correctly said, currently we are the bottleneck of certifying authority. But few of them are just going to go live. So we are certifying authorities.
Sir, I'm talking about the product certifications, for different industries. If that can be available on the platform just to pick and choose. So for example, I belong to an industry which is in beauty and wellness products.
That's brilliant idea. I'm just saying,
while we cannot run the certification thing, in fact what we have provided, it's a wish list. We have provided a series of, in the protocol, a set of tags. Okay, which is where this can come as a service. So that means I can have my product have this certificate.
Yeah.
That becomes a tag. So it becomes a searchable tag.
Wonderful.
Okay. So only when it is like saying that as this, like I said, like logistics, today warehouse is coming. Like warehouse probably would have seen Ola made an announcement even. I saw the demonstration
Which
myself.
is why I asked, yeah.
I saw the demonstration of that. So like that, it is becoming possible for people to come with this kind. Maybe I'm sure that by end of next year, this time, you may see at least some products having these things come. The beauty is in the network, this become possible, which is like a network-wide. That means for example, let's say if your product has that, let's say XYZ certificate, everybody can filter you on that. Every buyer application. So that's the kind of things will change. But I'm sure that it will build up its momentum just like this.
So
but it's a brilliant idea. If you're starting, I look forward.
So the third part of my question is compliance, and specifically what I mean by that is, say GST or legal metrology compliance. In the last few months, legal metrology has been very active in India, and I believe like for a product which is selling off the shelf, there it is okay to have localized inspectors going there. But for online, what as a merchant I face, I don't know if others also agree with me. Any random inspector from any city or district just sends us a notice, and it somewhere borders on tax terrorism kind of a thing. What we are dealing with.
That
so
is,
if that can
no,
be
you're going
simplified- No,
yeah,
I'm saying if ONDC can provide us a platform to just get compliance ensured,
Okay, like I said, first is the other one, that policy is like beyond much above my pay grade. And the other one, like for example, we are not a platform, we are a network enabler.
No, of course.
So one of the things that we do is when we work with the industry, for example, finally it's different industry. On genuine industry-wide stuff, we become a part of their representing group, fair industry-wide stuff. That's the kind of thing that I can do, but because at the end of, we are not a platform provider. There's nothing, no
Yes,
platform.
of course. So I've been following ONDC when it was kind of in the incubation stage. I
Yeah,
attended
okay,
those
thank
webinars
you.
also.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But I agree. But the way I believe, because the only point I can make, because I cannot make any claim.
Yeah.
I had been party in a couple of transformational ideas like this, and I've seen that at every of this transformation in the first few years, many laws, regulations, processes, etc. had to undergo change. When it become like an industry-wide collective interest, not anybody's private interest.
Absolutely.
For example, if I'm a businessman, when I go and tell to a officer, he'll say, "They're a private cheese." Whereas when it become an industry-wide interest, it sees faster acceptance and adoption, but not as fast as you and I would like to.
But thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And we need to felicitate Mr. T. Koshi, our keynote speaker. I'd like to request Mr. Amit Verma, CEO and founder, DigitUp, to kindly join us on stage and do the honors. Let's have a round of applause for our keynote speaker, Mr. T. Koshi. Very, very insightful session. Thank you very much, Mr. Koshi, for taking the time and for your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the end of the summit. So you, I would have to say, have been a great audience. As for the D2C Summit, we'll see you next year for the 4th edition. But the evening is only getting started as we're about to announce the winners of the e4m D2C Revolution Awards 3.0 on the other side of this break. So don't go away anywhere, as the stage is going to get set for the game changers of D2C in India. I'd like to once again thank our partners for making this summit a grand success, presented by Amazon Ads. Drive reach that matters. Amazon Ads has billions of shopping, streaming and browsing signals to help connect your brand with the right customers at the right time and brand safe placements. This event is powered by ABP News, Aapko Rakhe Aage. Innovation partner Swiggy, Swiggy karo, fir jo chahe karo. Associate partner Footprint, Footprint connecting brands, influencers, content and campaigns, and DigitUp, power to evolve. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will leave you with our partner ABs, and we will see you on the other side of this break for the E4M D2C Revolution Awards, the third edition. Thank you very much for being an integral part of this conference. I'll see you on the other side of this break at the awards. Thank you.
With Amazon Ads, it's never been easier to engage customers while they're doing what they love. Our solutions help you build meaningful connections with customers wherever they spend time. Plan your ads with our billions of unique browsing, shopping, and streaming signals to understand your audience better and discover new ones. Our creative solutions help businesses of all types and sizes bring their story to life. From building ad creative using our simple tools to developing custom brand experiences. Amazon is seamlessly integrated in customers' everyday lives. From our brand-safe channels to thousands of apps and websites around the world. No matter the size or budget of your media plan, you can reach customers in key moments as they browse, stream, or shop with our omni-channel solutions. Measure your campaign success to better understand your investments and optimize them in real time. And leverage our insights-driven technology and programmatic solutions to help manage and grow your business. Amazon Ads. Ads that work as hard as you do.
The first subcategory under innovation is Best Innovation in Customer Experience, CX. And the first subcategory under innovation is Best Innovation in Customer Experience, CX. And the winner is Yellow Slice. The first subcategory under innovation is Best Innovation in Customer Experience, CX. And the winner is Yellow Slice. The first subcategory under innovation is Best Innovation in Customer Experience, CX. The next subcategory is the first subcategory under innovation is Best Innovation in Customer Experience, CX. And the winner is
Welcome to Exchange for Media's third edition of D2C Revolution. Let the summit begin. Welcome to Exchange for Media's third edition.
Let the awards begin.
India Today Conclave 2024, September 25th and 26th, Mumbai. Book your seat now. Visit indiatodayconclave.com